What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, April 20th, 2025. Happy Easter to you all. And we are standing here at the Polderbaan. Now one of two runways for arrival for departures, with wind blowing from the northeast. And a KLM 737-700 Billund just now taking off. If all is well, we are going to see two A340s today. First up, Eastern Airways, Britty Hopper, going to Leeds, KLM flight 1019, Embraer 190, 11-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. Good morning, Wolfgang. Good evening, Marja. And good morning to all others who have joined. Blackburst, Lane, Z9 Cubing, Flores, The Record Case, Matt, Leo, Michael, Ari, Planespot Carrington, Paul, good morning, Dukman, good morning. The sun is out, although it isn't fully cavoque. It is closer to cavoque than it was yesterday. Next up will be a 777-300 Earth Paramaribo. Big picture overview. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the west. This is what things look like in the east. And this is what things look like to the south. And here's our next airplane, KLM Flight 713, which is going to go to Paramaribo in Suriname. In the meantime, a big thank you to Paul Don, who just now gifted the membership. Let's see who was the recipient. Scroll. Where is it? Interesting. Is the chat going so quickly? That's on. Let me scroll up on my phone. Huh? Who's the recipient of the gifted membership? Am I missing something? On my phone and in my program it doesn't show who is the recipient. Paul just now gifting a membership and I'm not seeing who it went to. That is peculiar. Huh? Am I the only one who is not seeing who the recipient is? Huh? That is odd. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. Jamie, Ray, Klaas, Peter, Andre, Kaides, Onno, Thomas Douwe, Patrick. Huh? I think we broke YouTube, guys. The Easter egg. Huh? Paul, mate, I think you best contact YouTube about this. At least it's only quote-unquote only one membership that was gifted and not a greater deal, because, huh? Did that money vanish into thin air? That's really peculiar. This is KLM Flight 713 to Paramaribo. This is a 777-300 ER. And I said don't, but it's probably done. Everything that can go wrong went wrong. odd. So if all is well, 2 A340s will be leaving today. I saw an A340-300 from, I thought, Privilege Star or something. I was also going to leave. Yeah. Don't. So I did say it correctly. Okay, so something did go right. I did say it correctly in first instance. Hey, but I have no idea where the gifted membership went to, Paul. Nobody is seeing a recipient. Apparently, I hope, well. Well, Siegfried, I don't want that money to make it to my bank account if it doesn't benefit somebody. You're paying for a product, for a service. And if YouTube isn't delivering, Paul should get his money back. Simple as that. I think it's worthwhile reaching out to YouTube about this, Paul. Unless of course the money wasn't deduced from your from your PayPal or your credit card or whatever it was that you paid with. In that case, the transaction never went through, but I suspect it went through. But something on the end of YouTube malfunctioned. Huh. Mystery stream. Easter eggs. Well, not exactly an Easter egg, but definitely something mysterious in the beginning of the stream already. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. Dukman, I think I already said hi to. Yvonne, Leroy, no, Leroy also, Koenie. Everybody who has joined in the meantime. Another British Upper Embraer. To Humberside, flying on behalf of KLM, flight 971. A fall egg indeed. René, goedemorgen. John, good morning. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Karen Boom, good morning. Happy Easter. Happy Easter to everybody. So, yeah. Next on the menu, Delta A350 to Detroit, Michigan, flight 133. What? Yeah, if I let go of my camera, the tripod pushes the camera up a little bit, means there's too much weight in the back. It's interesting how my camera needs readjusting in my tripod depending on the direction and speed of the wind. There is a point where it is roughly in balance, but when I let go of the tripod, the camera should, the configuration should be such that if I let go with my hand, the camera should stay put. It didn't. It moved up a little bit, meant that there was too much weight in the back. Just a couple of millimeters of moving the camera forwards in the rail does the trick, but there you go. I'll stop boring you with technical details. Dick, goedemorgen. Manzi, good morning. QJ, goedemorgen. Ronaldo, goedemorgen. MO, good morning. Koen, goedemorgen. More Koens. Fijne paasdagen, Ronaldo, dankjewel. Gummy Sigma, good morning. Ari, not sure if I already said hi. Charlene, good morning. Gertin and Jacqueline, good morning. Hey there, Bill, good morning. Corno, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Parallel departures in progress. We're standing at runway 36 left, aka the Polderbaan. This is an A350. Delta Airlines flight 133 going to Detroit, Michigan. Hey stranger, happy Easter mate, good morning. This is the November 516 Delta Newton. Nah, should have made that joke with Kilo Newton. Doesn't work with Delta. 3 years old, first flight December 2021. And Vinio's colleagues will be taking off to Aberdeen shortly. Are they on their way yet? Oh, that's the one that's lining up right now. Here we go. KLM flight 913 to Aberdeen, Embraer 190. That's the PHEZH. 15 years old, first flight October 2009. Hey, there's a lurk. Björn, good morning. Lee, good morning. Martin R, goedemorgen. Duffy, goedemorgen. Huh, okay. Klaas went ahead and tested YouTube. He gifted the membership just now, but I can see that Sabir was the recipient. So it seems that we didn't break YouTube after all, but just Paul is is being blocked from gifting memberships. YouTube will happily take your money, but they're not handing out any gifted memberships. Klaas, dankjewel. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome to the Skyline Sabir. Don't forget to say thank you to Klaas. And don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have access to for a month. Welcome to the Sky Lounge. So YouTube doesn't seem to be broken yet. Does it have to do with Brexit? Nah. I know other Brits who also have gifted memberships and that went through successfully, so can't be that. Hey, Chris Koet on land. And who's that over there? Is that Donald or Daisy? That looks like a duck. Milan, goedemorgen. Peter K, good morning mate. Welcome back. Danny, goedemorgen. Happy Easter to you all. Beautiful Easter Sunday. If all is well, 2 A340s will be leaving today, an A340-300 and the Suriname A340-600. Absolutely looking forward to that. If I recall correctly, the A340s are both expected to leave somewhere between 10 and 11. Not exactly sure. Also, will this be the day that we are going to cross over the 30k subscribers? We're 99 subscribers shy now. We're at 29,901 subscribers. The number of subscribers you can see live in the bottom left of your screen. I've put the screen in screen with the live number of subscribers there because I thought it would be nice if we were going to breach it while in a live. Thus far, the 10k and 20k marks all happened when on days when I wasn't streaming. Hopefully things will change with 30k. Not that it matters a lot, but it is nice if we were going to go through a round number while live. Shamrock is coming this way. And Shamrock is overtaking an Embraer 190 to Gdansk. Hey Stoof, goedemorgen. Dacht het niet, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined already. Infraroodborstje. I like that name. It's a play on words in Dutch. What's the English word for roodborstje? It's a type of bird. And infrarood, of course, infrared. Roodborstje in Dutch is a type of bird. I'm not sure which bird, what the bird translation, what the proper translation into English would be, but We have a cheater on Cheater's Lane. This is KLM flight 1303 to Gdansk and Bro 190. In the meantime, you can see Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin and A320 making its way over to the threshold. Seems that the KLM to Helsinki will do the same. Robin bird, right. So it doesn't really translate that well into English, but infrared robin. But then in Dutch, the play on word only works in Dutch. Still, I think it's a creative find. Right, gear up, and away it is. There's not a lot of wind. Ripples in the water look like this. Scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. And the smoke is blowing in our direction. This is also the direction of the wind. And this is Aer Lingus flight 603 on its way to Dublin, Ireland, A320. ID. I need to see ID. Well, fear no more. Here it is coming. Airplane is 20 years old. The first flight was in June 2004. MO says Paramaribo departure time 10:20. Now there was also another departure, not to Paramaribo, but somewhere in Europe. I thought it was going to Spain or something. I think it was High Fly. Yeah, it was a High Fly A340-300 that is leaving, or at least it was mentioned in the departures list. Hey there Anthony, guten Morgen Rolf. Klaas de Baas, goedemorgen. Infra Robin Bird, indeed. Hey there Nusa Goals, good morning. Familie Davina, goedemorgen. Stoof, goedemorgen. Robin Hoodie, indeed. So, yeah, Paramaribo departure is 10:20, and if all is well, there should also be a departure from a High Fly A340-300 later in the morning. I hope we'll get to see them on these runways. Ah yeah, W checked. That's for center, right? So within 10 minutes of one another, the departures of the A340-600, which is going to Paramaribo, so that's going to leave from this runway, and then the 300 will be leaving from center. That's okay, because we can see it quite well from over here. This is KLM flight 1043 to Birmingham. 737-800. Private cabin for mothers-in-laws in the back. That's that white compartment over there. Samir, goedemorgen. Dirk, goedemorgen. Danny, opnieuw goedemorgen. So, what is coming this way? That looks like BA. That's a BA A319 to London Heathrow. And the first United is also coming this way. 777-200 to Newark. Yeah, you make a good point there, Wolfgang, if you can outclimb the trees in time. Otherwise, it can continue on the A5 highway, which is also over here. Yeah, now I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see it. It's not going to cross the ocean. I thought it was going to somewhere in the south of Europe, so probably won't have too much fuel on board. W now says that the A340-600 is expected to leave 18 minutes, 19 minutes, 20 minutes. Just under 20 minutes after the A340-300. But hey, regardless, 2 A340s in one show, guys. That's something that I don't think we've ever seen before. It's going to be a channel premiere. An A340-300 and an A340-600 in one show. Effing A. Yeah, in the meantime, parallel departures in progress. E2 Embraer 195 taking to the sky from center over there. Going to Marseille in La France. Oui, oui, omelette du fromage, à bientôt. Merci beaucoup. BA has made it over to this side and has made a left-hand turn, so it will be taking off from the runway threshold. The next airplane after that is a 777-200 United, which is leaving for Newark. Jörg, good morning. Happy Easter. Hope it was well, mate. Olai. Olai? Is that how you pronounce it? Hele goede morgen. I think that is Austrian A320neo. Yeah, Austrian to Vienna. Climb out, get rid of that heatwave distortion. Yeah, it's improving. It's improving, but what hasn't improved is delivery. It still only says Austrian. The word wolf I still don't see. It is still missing. Nicht gut. Not happy. That's not good. In the meantime, a BA A319 is taking off to London Heathrow over here. Up and away. They promise, yeah, but they don't come through with their promises. Elogs. Anyway. Little teeny tiny Embraer behind that big Embraer 777-200. Embraer 190 to Inverness. Will it take Cheaters Lane? I don't think it will, because it is taxiing really slowly. And the Star Alliance livery to 777 is making haste. Beja in Portugal is where Highfly will be flying to. Still, 2 A340s in one show, guys. Don't remember that we ever saw that before. So that's going to be a first. Hey, thank you, Jörg. Betty, goedemorgen. Peter PDK, good morning. Daniel W, good morning. Dirk, goedemorgen. Vrolijk Pasen. Martien, goedemorgen. Hey! Oh! Well, I'll have to eat my words. Here I was thinking that the Embraer 190 was also going to slowly follow suit and would join the queue behind behind the 777, but guess I'm wrong. KLM Embraer 190 to Inverness in Scotland. So if you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. Happy Easter. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And I'm standing here at Polderbaan, aka runway 36 left, primary runway for departures. And over here we have Fidel Kestrel, who is, oh, that was still the wrong menu item, the color temperature. I wanted to go to autofocus so that, oh, that bird would be a bit sharper in view. Oh, no, that's not the bird I was trying to capture. Here we go. Fidel Kestrel. Right. I hear engines spooling up. Time to quickly pan back. United Airlines flight 71. 777-200 going to Newark. Star Alliance livery. Registration November 76021. 14-year-old airplane. First flight April 2010. Good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. Charlotte, goedemorgen. Sam, good morning. Video kijken, goedemorgen. Eufel 80, guten morgen. Bear with me, good morning. Clementia, goedemorgen. Vrolijk Pasen. David, goedemorgen. Good morning. Edwin, good morning, goedemorgen. Okay, KLM taking a breather. KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen. Being overpassed on the left by an EasyJet going to Celiac City, London Luton. And over there we have KLM flight 1231 to Göteborg. That's a 737-900. Now, it's a day of Polderbaan departures, and are we going to cross over the 30,000 subscribers today? We're at 29,912. You can see the number of subscribers in the bottom left. Will we make it to 30,000 today? We'll see. If not, we'll get damn near close, I think. Now, what is going on? And each time I say that out loud, the airplane starts moving. It's like they're waiting for me to say it. Is there something wrong? And then, no, nothing is wrong, it's just starting, is all. Patience is a virtue, and I am by no means virtuous. Some of you might wonder, are there any birds in the water? I haven't seen any yet. So, looking further to the north, not much to be seen. And also over here, actually not that much. Not much going on. Now, we know from experience that ducks usually like to sleep in. They're more night owls than early risers, so I'm still expecting ducks to show later in the show. In the meantime, Look away if you are Luton intolerant. This airplane will give you the cramps. It's going to Celiac City, aka London Luton, EasyJet flight 22514. It's an A320neo. 6 years old, first flight April 2019. Marian, goedemorgen, vrolijk Pasen. Hans, goedemorgen, vrolijk Pasen. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are standing at the Polderbaan, where KLM flight 601 to LAX is going to leave after the 737 that is already lined up. Also, you can see there is a bit of wind, but it's not very substantial. The wind is blowing from the northeast. This is KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen, 737-800. And next after that, KLM flight 601 to LAX, that's a 787-10 Dreamliner. Hey, Ari also back in the chat. Ohio gozaimasu. Welcome back. Happy Easter. This is KLM flight 601 making its way over to the runway threshold. Gives me a moment to go back to the computer and thank Marco for your super chat. Kind regards, Easter Bunny, he writes in Dutch. That is so sweet. Thank you, Marco, aka Paashaas, aka Easter Bunny. And also a big thank you for the super sticker video kijken. Coming soon, surrounded by yellow stars. Thank you so much, video kijken, for the support. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. You guys weren't related, right? Martin van den Berg and Dirk van den Berg. Pierre, salut. Good morning. Bienvenue. KLM flight 601 to LAX is now on the roll. 787-10 Dreamliner. PHBKO, that's brand new. First flight was in November last year. Airplane picks up speed, wings climb higher. Airplane starts to rotate, flex in the wing, and curvature forming. There you go, flying AMS Live logo created. It's a simple recipe actually. Parallel wide body departures. Also 777 that just now took off from center, and you can see wing fluff over the top foil of the wings. Quite beautifully visible. Indication of relatively high humidity. Aditina, goedemorgen. QJ asks where Lisa is. She is at home. This is Delta Airlines Flight 161, which will be going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minnesota. Second A350 of the show. November 503 Delta November, 7 years old. First flight September 2017. Absolutely beautiful machine. Hey there Milan, good morning. Arno, goedemorgen. ZK Aviation, good morning. Or good evening to you, if you're tuning in from New Zealand. Hope you've had a good day. B, good morning. B, tuning in from Istanbul. Good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Aviation Master, good morning. Andy G, good morning. Happy Easter, mate. Alright, it's a nice mix of wide bodies and narrow bodies, with just one narrow body and then 3 consecutive wide bodies, so that's a mix to my liking. KLM Flight 1185 to Kristiansand is now lined up. That's number 175, and after that we are going to see a 777-200 to San Francisco, KLM Flight 605, TUI Flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. That's a 7878 Dreamliner, and then a 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM to Bogota, KLM Flight 741. Bobbers, good morning. Daniel van Pasen, Jake's Plane Spotting, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And in the next couple of minutes... Oh wait, no, it is on the move. Could you guys please give me a heads up with @AMS Live so that I can see it in the red in my chat window when SLM Flight 3003 is lined up. It's going to Bea. It's an A340 300 going from center. If you joined us only just now, 2 A340s will be leaving in the next half hour. The first one, an A340 300, is already making its way over to the center runway, and the second we will see up close. That's the A340 600 to Paramaribo, which will be leaving from this runway around 11:15. 2 A340s in one show. I honestly cannot recall ever having seen that in one of our live streams, so it is a premiere. Also, maybe happening today, us breaking through 30,000 subscribers. If you look in the bottom left, you can see how many subscribers we are at. 29,921, so that means 79 subscribers to go, and that will be at the magical 30k. Whether or not we're going to make it in the stream today, we'll see, but we will get damn near close. This is KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco, 777-200 the PHBQK, 20 years old, first flight January 2005. Hi Marcel, goedemorgen. More van den Berg. So we have Marcel van den Berg, Martin van den Berg and Dirk van den Berg. Amazing. It is the Van den Berg clan. Amazing. And Marco Plaggenborg, aka Paashaas, aka Easter Bunny, just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much. Dankjewel. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, new members. Those 5 new members. You now have custom emojis to you available, 31 of them for a month. Use them however you see fit. Don't forget to say thank you to Marco if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships. Marco, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. This is TUI Flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. 7878 Dreamliner. 10 years old already. First flight March 2015. And TUI, the original 3 TUI Dreamliners, the last letters form the word KLM. It's the PHTFK, TFL and TFM. That's a little joke, a little pun to KLM, because TUI was first in the Netherlands receiving the Dreamliners back in the day. To rub a bit of salt in their wounds that they were the first. The original 3 Dreamliners that were delivered to TUI, the PHTFK, the PHTFL and the PHTFM. Next up, KLM Flight 741, which will be going to Bogota. That's in Colombia, and that's right next to Ecuador. Goddamn right. Oh, I saw that Alex just now went ahead and gifted the membership. NA is the recipient. NA, thank you so much. Alex, thank you so much for your gifted membership. And NA, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I'm mixing things up. And I haven't even begun to drink vodka yet. SLM is now number 2. Thank you, MO. So I'm going to leave this for what it is and scroll down on flight radar to the threshold of center, because the first A340 of the show, the first of 2, and I never thought I would say that, but 2 A340s in one show, is about to take off after the A321neo to Berlin, which is now rolling, has taken off. Yeah, I see it, Dougman. I've got the threshold of the center runway now centered in my flight radar on my phone. Can constantly see what's happening. Hey, Lisette B. Lisette B. Oh, has arrived. Happy Easter. To each and every one of you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the first of 2 A340s is about to leave from the center runway. High Fly, operated by High Fly Malta. It is going to go to Beja in Portugal. It's an A340-300 and it has a nice registration, 9H Sun, 9 Hotel Sierra Uniform November. The airplane is from the year 2000, 24 years old, and there you can see it coming. There's also an A340-600 coming pretty soon, and you can see it is light. What? Wolfgang, it's clearing the trees. Amazing. What an amazing discovery. The first of 2 A340s. The next A340, the A340-600 to Paramaribo, will be leaving from the runway we are standing next to. The Polderan, 36 left, and it should take off within half an hour from now. I thought the estimated time of departure, the ETD, was 11:45. 2 A340s in one show. First time in almost 2.5 years of streaming. High Fly in the sky. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. Arthur Zin, Rodney, Hans, Patrick, Enzo. Good morning, one and all. High flight is turning, and that makes our position favorable. Now we can see more of the colors of the livery. Hadi Martijn, goedemorgen, happy Easter. Alright, let's see, what is this? This is a KLM 737 to Edinburgh, coming this way. KLM flight 925. Hey, Lance also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Happy Easter. Dennis, goedemorgen. David, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. And Tom is 1 day away from green. That is amazing, mate. Greenpeace will be happy. I certainly am also going to be happy. Welcome, one and all. So, one A340 down the hole already. No, in the pocket. Another one coming soon. This is our Baltic, flight 858 to Tallinn. Ballen in Tallinn. Bombardier C-Series 300, aka the 8220. 5-year-old airplane, standard livery, first flight December 2019. Yankee Lima Alpha Alpha Victor. Big picture overview. What does it look like today? This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. What up? Looking to the east. And looking to the south. Here and there you can see some clouds. To be honest, I'm not seeing any contrails yet. I haven't seen them yet, and nor am I seeing any right now. There should be enough overhead traffic, so it doesn't look like it's going to be a good day for proper contrail spotting. Maybe the contrails have taken a day off with Easter. This is EasyJet flight 28685 to London Gatwick, A319. Krentenbol uit Bos en Lommer. I like that name. Goedemorgen. Tuning in from Lille. What? That's deception. That's not in Bos en Lommer. Hadi RDW, goedemorgen. Duns, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And we are standing at the Polderbaan. Yesterday was the Kaagbaan and I was saying Polderbaan. Now it is Polderbaan and I'm saying Kaagbaan. There's another airplane coming this way. SAS flight 552 to Copenhagen. A320neo. And while it is coming this way, let's indulge and have a look at what is going on in terms of the weather. So, This is what was copied into the meter, and a refresh will tell us that the wind is still blowing from the northeast. It is now 10 degrees C, 7 knots of wind, 10 plus kilometers of visibility. There's no ceiling. There's just few clouds at 1600 feet. No significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours are expected. Not the highest of air pressure. It is 1007 hectopascals. So that's also what you can read in the ticker. EHAM is the airport that we are standing next to, or yeah, that is Schiphol Airport. Then the time and date of the report, the 20th, 8:25 Zulu time. That means 10:25 Central European time. The wind is 7 knots from 040. The wind direction is variable between 350 degrees and 080 degrees. That's indicated over here by these 2 arrows. 9999, that means 10 plus kilometers of visibility. Few clouds at 1600 feet. You can see that graphically over here. The air temperature is 10 degrees C. The dew point is 6 degrees C. The air pressure is 1007 hectopascals. And no means no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours. Quickly going to paste the meter in the ticker for you guys. Then it is back to the camera controls. Now it's also the day that we might cross the 30k subscribers. If you look in the bottom left, you can see that we're currently standing at 29,931 subscribers. That means that we are 69 shy of 30k. In the meantime, SAS has arrived on the scene, an A320neo, which will be leaving from the threshold by the looks of it. It's taking a left-hand turn. There's also a 777-200 that is going to go to Houston in Texas. It's coming this way. KLM flight 661. And that is an ambulance I'm hearing. You're probably not picking it up on the ambient. Meep meep. Meow. Now there's more airplanes coming. Is that another Delta A350 coming this way? Yes, it is. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. That's the third Delta A350 coming this way. I like how we're seeing a lot of A350s lately from Delta. Pieter, goedemorgen. Samantha, goedemorgen. En Jeffrey. Vrolijk Pasen, happy Easter to all of you. Bob, good evening, mate. Good to see ya. Yeah, it's too late for the wait music now, Tom. Next break, we'll cue it. Pete, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the departure of an A340-300. High fly to Portugal. But stick around, because pretty soon we are going to see another A340 take off to Paramaribo from over here. An aquatic bird spotted. There it is. It's Chris Coot doing morning cardio. Even on Easter Day, he is still at it. What a trooper. You have to commend his professionalism and dedication to the sport. A true athlete. Taco, goedemorgen. And Dans, indeed, SLM 993 A340, that's the 600, the extra large version, has been assigned to 36 left. Uh-oh, it's getting loud here. What's this? It's a trio of red bastards. Trying to get some sleep here. Why are you so loud? bastards. Trying to get some rest here. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. This is KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas, 777-200. Okay, next up, an A321neo to Person-Chester, KLM flight 1031. Air Baltic is going for the runway threshold. So everything will leave in the order of appearance. Norwegian is coming. That looks like TUI. Now let's see. Looking around, nobody on the runway, no inspection or anything taking place. Just as I'm saying it, the airplane is pulling up and is moving. It is KLM flight 1031 to Person-Chester. A321neo now on the move. Good morning, Frank. Some Dutch guy. Vrolijk Pasen, good morning. Good morning, Jaden. Right, let's see, another mix. Narrow body, wide body, narrow body, wide body. I like how this is going. It's time for another E2 Embraer 19... No, not an E2. It's time for a Bombardier C-Series 300 to Riga. Air Baltic flight 618. Yankee Lima, Charlie Sierra Mike. And after that, an A350. Yep, that's number 3. Current airplane we're looking at, 6 years old, first flight October 2018. Boys and their toys. Tag, you're it. Double wide body departure. 777 taking off from center. A350 taking off here from the Polderaan. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. A350-900. Howdy Stroopwafel Aviation, goedemorgen. Peter Muller, good morning. Happy Easter to you too, mate. Cor asks if I'm here tomorrow as well. I'm not sure yet. The weather doesn't promise to be that good. Plus, it's also Lisa's day off, and I also have a day off from work, so I haven't been able to sleep in for a while. Not sure yet. Norwegian Max 8 is lined up, ready to go to Copenhagen. It has Piet Hein on the tail according to flight radar. The picture also still shows Piet Hein. Piet Hein with a receding hairline. Yeah, but whether or not it is still on the airplane itself remains to be seen. We've seen it before. The flight radar pictures weren't completely current. Max 8 737 on its way to Copenhagen. 3-year-old airplane, first flight July 2022. Piet Hein still on the tail. That's a classical grumpy face with a receding hairline. Yeah, you make a good point there, Lance. One wonders if Delta have put more A350s to AMS to try to reduce the delays and penalties from the constant A330 tech props lately. Yeah, well, as that fleet ages, it's the same with cars. More frequently something can go wrong, and often that happens. We've seen it before. It's a sight that we've come familiar with. That those A330s were taking off, or at least they were attempting to take off and then returning. Might be, if they have the capacity to do so. But then again, if those A350s would have been taken from other routes, then presumably A330s or other airplane types would have to be used for those routes. So I think it's more unless of course they're new airplanes that they're retiring some older airplanes, but otherwise you'd just be relocating the problem, wouldn't you? Wolfgang asks, what's the first plate you get from YouTube for how many subs? Think that's a silver plate for 100k. So we're almost at 30% of that. After 100k subs, you can also get a verified check. One of those round little thingies that says that you are the original AMS Live. Still a long end away from that. John, good morning. Happy Easter. Ziko Sar, good morning. Cargolux 747 near Loosdrecht to 36 right. That's the worst runway traffic can go to. Hard to see things from over here. This is Delta Airlines Flight 47, attempting to take off to New York JFK. It's rotating. And it's airborne. That's step 1. Step 2 is, will the gear retract? It seems to be doing it. Yeah. It is like watching paint dry, admittedly, but it's happening. The main gear is retracting. Hans, Old Dutch Spotter, goedemorgen. Frits, goedemorgen. Herzlich willkommen. Nate Hotshot, good morning. Aviation Master, I do come from the Netherlands, absolutely. Right, let's see. Where is that A340? It's going around the southern threshold of the center runway, so it is coming this way. So Lurk asks when I started lives. No, it was in 2022. First stream was, I think, November 26. Then in December 2022 I did a handful of streams, I think. So beginning of 2023 is when it really began to become a regular thing. Yo, lost. 47 to go class says 30,000 subscribers. I can see them at the end of the tunnel. Mind you, there is a big discern to make. A big difference between subscribing, which is free, and members who pay admission. Subscribing is totally free, just requires a click of a button. Becoming a member when you get a badge, that costs money, but subscribing is free. In fact, it is a requirement if you want to partake in the live chat. That's to keep spammers out. You'll need to subscribe first and be a subscriber for 5 minutes before you're eligible to converse in the live chat. That's a small hindrance so that spammers are less likely to invade our live chat, and thus far it has worked a treat. This is KLM Flight 737 to Hamburg. It's getting busy. Quite a few airplanes are on the way to the Polderbaan. Including a certain A340-600 from Suriname, which is going to leave for Paramaribo pretty soon. Now, where did I see... There he is. And the mate was over there. The coots are active already. The ducks, not so much. This is a Delta A330neo, flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. Registration November 405, Delta X-ray. 5-year-old airplane, first flight November 2019. And Lisa is spamming now, Lisa Legs. But you're allowed to spam with custom emojis, so that is okay. In fact, I would ask everybody to do more of that, There are 31 custom emojis. You can use them however you see fit, and I encourage all of you to do so. We're almost at 1,000 viewers, and don't go anywhere, folks. The A340-600, the second A340 of today's show, is coming this way. For those of you joining us just now, happy Easter. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan. Parallel departures are still in progress. Center runway is also open. And there's a 777-300 that just now took off from the center runway. From this same runway earlier in the show, about half an hour ago, we saw the departure of an A340-300 high fly Malta on its way to Portugal. Have a look if you missed it. But we are going to see another A340 in a few moments. In the meantime, here we have Air Baltic Flight 962 to Vilnius. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300. The YL ABM, 2 years old, first flight December 2022. Wolfgang says we have a viewer on board shining the light. On what airplane? Anyway, we have an A320neo going to London Luton next. EasyJet flight 22516. This is the Gushy. GUZHY, 6 years old, first flight April 2019. On the Air Baltic one. Yeah, the downside of those narrow bodies is that they can rotate pretty quickly and sometimes are already quite high in the sky. We saw that lately as well. So, the A340-600 has arrived. Flight 993 to Paramaribo. In the meantime, we have KLM flight 615 going to Portland, Oregon, lined up at the threshold. Now I'm wondering, why is it holding short there? Then again, there's also a Delta Airlines flight to Salt Lake City. No, wait, it is continuing. It is continuing. It is continuing. Oh man, don't tell me that the A340 is having technical problems and it might have to return to the gate. Has to return to the gate. This is KLM flight 615 to Portland, Oregon. 7879 Dreamliner. It's the mid-size version. The PHBHO Bravo Hotel Oscar. 7-year-old airplane. First flight March 2018. Hey, that's good news, Duns. A350 from Singapore assigned to our runway, coming this way. And Elizabeth also back. Good to see you, Elizabeth. Happy Easter. Now, I'm happy to see that the A340 is continuing its taxi to the threshold, so unless it is using the runway to go back, we should see it take off, but we'll see soon enough. Hadi Han also back in the chat. Happy Easter, mate. Han is going to be our next member to turn blue in a couple of days from now, joining the blue squad. Hey, Marissa also back in the chat. Missed your arrival. Happy Easter, Marissa. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Our friendly neighborhood, the police, is also coming this way. Over the cycling path. Quite a substantial number of viewers at the Polderbaan Spottersplatz itself already. They're standing behind the fence. Now, it is time for a Delta A330neo, and after that it's bigger sibling. It's older, no, it's older cousin, I should say, the A340. Nice that we are going to see a new A330 and an old A340 back to back. It should give us a nice comparison for the climb rates. Should be good. So this is Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Obviously a new airplane. 4 years old only. And this is SLM flight 993, now number 7 on flight radar, tracked by 449 people, A340-600. Going to Suriname in Paramaribo. Paramaribo is Suriname. 21 years old, first flight December 2003, the Dows. Delta Alpha Uniform Sierra Zulu. First of all, the takeoff distance needed. On the left, you can see that the A340, the A330 was just moving out of the picture to the left, which is also where this A340 will be going to. Still, it's going, it's climbing. Another indication of relative high humidity. You can see those vortices emanating from the flap tips, no, the wingtips, wingtip vortices. Ali says it looks like it is moving so slowly. Yeah, it certainly does. Although it is climbing in its own tempo. 2 A340s in one show, pretty damn awesome. This is SAS flight 556, an A320neo to Stockholm. Already airborne and climbing like a motherfucker. Yeah, compare that with the A340. Whole different ballpark. Alan also back in the chat. Good to see you. Happy Easter, mate. JP Kraus, good morning. Dutch Flight Simmer, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. It is a lovely day here at Schiphol Airport. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. Few friendly clouds, cirrus clouds mostly. Further to the west, over the North Sea, a bit more cloudiness. Looking to the southeast and to the east, it looks the best. To the north, there's a bit more cloudiness close by. The east and the southeast look the best today, at least for now. We have a Dreamliner coming in. KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. And here we are going to see Singapore A350 to Singapore. The maatjes, happy Easter. Aviation Master asks, what lens magnification do you use? I'm not using lenses, I use a camcorder, a Canon XA60. Singapore Airlines is coming this way. Delta Airlines to Detroit is also coming this way, and they're all traversing the center runway directly. It has become 3 minutes past 11, and from now until 11:40, only one runway will be used for outbound traffic, and that is this runway. Everything outbound between 11 and 11:40 will be leaving from this runway. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. It might also be the day that we're going to cross the 30k subscribers mark. You can see the number of subscribers live in the bottom left of your screen. We're 51 subscribers away from reaching 30k. Will we make it in today's stream? Time will tell, but if we won't, then at least we'll get damn near close. You can see that 36 right is in use for the arrivals together with 06. 36 right being the furthest away. Jeroen AFCA, goedemorgen. Pilot Bram, goedemorgen. Ali asks, how old are you? I am 42 years old. Really ancient, indeed. Not as old as Han, but still pretty ancient. Alrighty. KLM flight 655 has lined up. It will be leaving for Minneapolis, Minnesota in a moment. It's the PHBHA Bravo Hotel Alpha. It's a 9-year-old airplane. First flight October 2015. There you go. Jeroen is a bit older, 55. Dennis a little bit older than me, 44. Hi Gary, good morning, happy Easter. Joko, goedemorgen, vrolijk Pasen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Marky says, get back to me when you're 58. Yeah, it's interesting. People think sometimes that the audience of Amos Live is pretty young. I will tell you it is the other way around. I think 2/3 of the audience is 45 years or older. And I think almost 50% is 55 or older. This is geriatric TV via YouTube. With people my age and younger constituting a minority of the audience. People also sometimes say, oh, you sound so much younger. Sometimes people think I'm still a student or something. No, I'm 42. I have a house. I have a job. And a career next to this. Right, it is time for Singapore Airlines Flight 323 to Singapore. Timeless livery. I think a favorite of many of you. Together with the beautiful shape, the elegant curvatures of this airplane, one of the prettiest airplanes out there. Are there A350s? Yeah, of course there are. I wish we would see them. ITA A350. That is a stunner. They do exist, don't they? They fly to the USA, right? I think what makes this livery so appealing is that it looks like those retro liveries where there's a stripe right over the windows. I think it's something that appeals naturally to people. All right, Delta time. Delta flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan, an A330-300 next to take off. Lot will be next. Let's see what else is coming this way. Looks like something red is also coming this way. Air Europa, American Airlines flight 204 by the looks of it. It's a nice combination today of wide bodies and narrow bodies. Trevor Dial tuning in from Perth. Good evening, mate. Happy Easter. They call me M. Good evening. Welcome back. Navy Jack, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody who has joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy, and if you joined us only just now, you may have missed the departure of two A340s. The first time in the channel's history, I think, that we saw two A340s in one show. An A340-300 and an A340-600. This is Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. Eight-year-old airplane, first flight March 2017, the November 831 November Whiskey. Yep, Marissa, two A340s. High Fly Malta A340-300 took off from the center runway around 10:20 a.m. local time. Went to Beja in, what was it again? Portugal. And of course the Suriname A340-600 left from this runway. Now this is a lot to see. Always looking polished. This is the Visit North Monrovia livery. As it happens, I saw a show on TV. It's really slow TV. It's a Dutch program made by a Christian network called Rail Away, and they basically show trains driving through all places over the world, mostly Europe, but also other continents. And they go to beautiful locations. One of the locations that they went to was North Moravia in Poland. They also went to Mazurki or something. There's also a special livery from there. The northeastern part, beautiful. Sort of a lake district with a lot of forests, pine tree forests, and a lot of small lakes. Really beautiful. Absolutely worthwhile visiting. And that takeoff looked very polished. It is an Embraer 195, not an E2 Embraer 195, but a quote-unquote normal Embraer 195 to Warsaw. 16 years old, first flight November 2008. Missouri, indeed, Missouri. Next up, KLM flight 1219 to Stockholm. It is a 737-800. The PHBCL, that's Bravo Charlie Lima, 5 years old, first flight December 2019. Sky Express to Heraklion next. And Don says, Lufty 747 flying above Utrecht towards Schiphol for a flyby. Destination Houston in Texas. I've got a visual on it. There it is. It's coming. Now it's flying directly towards the sun. So once it has passed me by, it should be visible the best. We will have the best contrast then. If you joined us only just now and you're enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into live streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. We're not a small channel anymore, but we're definitely not big by any stretch of the imagination, and your likes really go a long way to promote the channel and its content to new viewers. Awesome people like yourselves who would also happily join us if only they knew of our existence. It's also the day that we might cross the 30k subscribers. You can see the actual number in the bottom left of your screen. Sky Express to Heraklion, Greece. And Greece is bliss, isn't it? Our next departure is over there. It's Air Europa going to Madrid. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, the ECNBX. November Bravo X-Ray. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in May 2019. What else is coming this way? It is still 11:15. That means another 25 minutes of outbound traffic solely taking off from Polderbaan. Howdy Rolf, goedemorgen kerel. Happy Easter to you and to all others who have joined in the meantime. Air Europa taking off to Madrid. Another Delta A330 is also coming this way. A narrow body from Air France after this. And Jeroen says, incredible to fly a Dreamliner on a 3-hour flight. Mate, I'll tell you what, Finnair often flies the A350 from Helsinki to Amsterdam. That's an A350 on a 2-hour flight. And they do that quite regularly, just like Air Europa does with the Dreamliners. So yeah, if you want long haul experience for short haul prices, try to book a flight to or from Amsterdam to or from Helsinki with Finnair, or Madrid with Air Europa. Now, it always coincides with a departure over here, but there's the 747 that Dans was referring to earlier on its way to Houston in Texas. Lufty in the old livery. Hopefully, next squad passing by will happen right in the middle of departures so that we can follow it a bit better. We'll probably get more than enough chances. Mike, goedemorgen. Good morning, Patrick, who's tuning in from Bournemouth. Who's flying to Calgary out of Schiphol in a few days. What day will you be leaving and what time? Mr. Biker is also back in the chat. Paul, good to see you, mate. Happy Sunday, happy Easter. Now, if you only joined us just now, mate, you've missed 2 A340s in one show. It's the first time in the channel's existence that I can recall that we saw 2 A340s in one show. Obviously, the A340-600 from Suriname, but there was also an A340-300 from Highfly Malta that flew, I think, on behalf of SLM, because it did have the call sign from SLM, but it went to Beja or something in Portugal. Sadly, that A340-300 took off from the center runway, but then again, it did allow us to see the airplane from the side a bit better. I think it took place, the departure took place around 10:20 a.m. local time. If you want to look it back, watch it back. Emirates King of the Skies from west to east, New York to Dubai will fly over Leiden, Dunn says. Well, where is it currently? Because I'm not seeing anything. You'd think a contrail would be visible somewhere over there. Right now, looking to the west, only one contrail that I see is north of me. Let me turn around the camera so that we can follow it a little bit. I am curious to see what it is. Where did I see it? No, that's not it. Let me get my bearings in. It should be there. Yeah, no, that's not nearly as interesting. Over here in the sky, I'm not seeing anything contrarily. What I am seeing and hearing though is something heavy taking off here. It is Delta Airlines Flight 49 to New York JFK. It's an A330neo. November 432 Delta X-ray. And this is a brand new airplane. First flight was in January this year, folks. It's still a baby, although a big baby. Flap surfaces, clean as a whistle. As you'd think would be the case on an airplane this age. Orange Pride above Leiden. Is it going to land on 06? We're probably not going to see a lot of it. I'm still looking around, but I'm I'm absolutely missing any contrails west to east in the vicinity of Leiden. There's only one now from east to west. But that's twin jet, that's not the A340. A380. So yeah. Meanwhile, let's have a look and see what is still coming. Turkish A330 to Istanbul also has been pushed back. A330 to Kigali also has come alive. The next airplane coming this way is Lufthansa flight 2303 outbound to Munich. That's an A319. I am actually hearing stuff passing overhead, but I'm not seeing anything. Not all airplanes seem to be producing contrails today. The sunscreens are down in the tower. And we're getting damn near close to that 30k subscriber mark. As Elizabeth is mentioning, only 33 subscribers left. You can see the live number of subscribers in the bottom left of your screen. We're now at 29,967. Think the 10k and the 20k subscribers happened when we weren't live. Hopefully that will change and it is going to happen while live for the 30k. If not, we'll at least have gotten close to it. Ryanair is also coming. It is now... No, it is still coming. There it is. No. Is it there? Interesting. Ryanair still in the beginning. Ah, it is this airplane after all. It just looks very very much like an airplane in the background because of the heatwave distortion, but that is actually Ryanair coming this way to Dublin, Ireland. Gary asks, what happens when you pass 30k? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, but it is a round number. That is the only thing. It's a round number. Orange Pride first to land. Where is it now? There it is. Now, how much can we still see of it? Don't think a lot. Yeah, no. That is it. Now, indeed, Ali, I think I missed a super chat from you. Let me see if I can still find it. Oh man, that happened a long time ago. Made apologies. Truly apologies, I totally missed it. Ali super chatted quite a long time ago already and he asked, what plane would you choose as your own private jet? That is a difficult question, because it depends on if I need to pay for everything myself, if it is if it is all paid for. Because if I have to pay for everything myself, I think I would maybe opt for a Cessna or something if I had to have one, because they are mighty expensive to keep up and to maintain. If everything was paid for, then I think I would probably take something small like a Boeing 747 or something like that. But if I have to pay for everything myself, I think I would probably cheap out as much as possible, just because airplanes are bloody expensive. The reason aviation is cutting corners everywhere is because the margins are very, very thin and the costs are very high. That's the thing. You need to swim in money to be able to afford a private jet. The purchase is the cheapest thing. Tilt axis was locked when I was going to the computer and I forgot to unlock it. It's the upkeep, the maintenance, the running costs, storage, everything that you need to keep it airborne. That is so mighty expensive. So yeah, if I could choose, I probably wouldn't take a private jet. If I had to take one, it depends on how much I had to pay for it myself. Oh, that's also a good suggestion, Ziller. Never thought of that before. You bring back Concorde with AMS Live logo. Yeah, if you could choose that as a biz jet, as your private jet, I think that would also be something worth considering. Never thought of it that deeply, to be honest. Can you tell? Now also Bogdan, mate, thank you so much for your super chat. Yours I luckily didn't miss. Happy Easter to you too, mate, and to yours. Now, next airplane to arrive over here is going to be Turkish. Yazir, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. There was a little twin jet that just now passed me by. Well, I say little, but I think it's a wide body. Ali, once again, apologies for missing your super chat, mate. Don't do that intentionally. People sometimes think I can see everything, but it's actually quite busy looking around you constantly, filming. Whenever I'm filming like now, I'm keeping the camera pointed up and my phone with the chat window is now pointing to the ground, so I'm not able to see your chat messages. Only thing I'm now focused on is keeping the delta as still as possible. And sometimes the chat moves quickly and things move out of my picture. Now, unlike with YouTube on a browser on your computer, whenever super chats or something are given with my split screen, it doesn't show. If it is out of the picture, I never saw it happen. There's no thing that you see in the top where the super chats and the super stickers linger for a while. So if something, a donation is given and the chat moves quickly and it moves out of the picture for me, I never knew it happened. There's no cues or anything, so it does sometimes happen. I do try to minimize it, but there is also a quad squad coming this way. Coming from Munich or more likely Frankfurt. And quite a few wide bodies are coming this way. Jeff says, I think we found something that climbs slower than an A340. The subscriber numbers. Yeah, those are quite sticky, aren't they? But we're getting there. Just 21 to go. Just 21 to go. Then we'll have breached the 30K. And for the first time, a round number in the chat while live. Didn't happen with the 10K and the 20K. Those all were breached on working days or when I wasn't streaming. Several wide bodies are now underway. This is the first wide body. It's not the first airplane to take off because there's an Embraer 175 to Düsseldorf, flight 1799, that is taking Cheater's Lane and is lining up as we speak. Now, Ali, this time I'm not going to miss your super chat. Mate, thank you so much. The most comfortable flight I ever took was an Finnair Airbus A330 from Helsinki to Tokyo. It was like flying on a cloud. What was yours? Well, me personally, I haven't flown that many different airplane types, so I don't have a lot of experience that I can bring to the table in that respect. Thus far, I've only flown 3 airplane types. 737s from both KLM and Transavia. And 777-200s from Alitalia and KLM. Now obviously, the 777s have a bit more room in economy than those narrow bodies do. So those were the most comfortable flights for me thus far, but that's not to say that there aren't any other airplanes that are more comfortable. There probably are. See that John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Happy Easter. It is time for Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul to take off. And in the meantime, that quad squad contrail is coming closer and closer by. I think after this departure would be a good moment to have a look at it, because it is, I think it will be past me by then. Turkish flight 1952, A330-300 to Istanbul, 13 years old, first flight April 2012. It is like watching paint dry, isn't it? The gear attraction of A330s. Slowly but surely, that quad squad is coming this way. Now, Duns says that it is a Lufti from Frankfurt, a 747. It is a 747 in the old livery, by the looks of it. My camera is now pointing up and my chat window is now pointing down. Means I'm unable to read what you guys are writing in the chat right now. Almost exactly in my zenith. Camera hardly is able to go any higher than this. Now it has to move down slowly. And here you can see the blue and yellow old logo from Lufti quite clearly visible. Hey, what's that I'm hearing? Craw craw. United 767-300. In the meantime, just now taking off, going to Washington. United Flight 947. Hailing from March 1993, back in the time when everybody was smoking and the airplanes also joined in the smoke fest. 32 years old. November 659, Uniform Alpha. Next up, Corendon. Max 9, 737. Going to Hurghada in Egypt. It's the Papa Hotel Charlie Delta Papa. The airplane is a year old. First flight July 2023. I've got a feeling I'm being watched for some reason. A murder of crows that is just casually observing yours truly from the other side of the canal. Dan says, soon from the west will be a Cargolux 747 assigned to the Kaagbaan. Maybe too far out right now to see. Well, if you could give me a sign and tag me when it is in the vicinity of Hoofddorp. From there, usually we should be able to see it. Next up, JetBlue Flight 32 to Boston, Massachusetts. And the wind all of a sudden is picking up. That's funny. Sky here blue as it has been before, but all of a sudden things are moving. Water is rippling. My power supply, which is covered by my tripod bag, got blown open. Just a single gust of wind, seemingly. And only 14 more subscribers needed to breach the 30K. Almost there, guys. Croatia Airlines with a Bombardier C-Series 300, flight 451 to Zagreb. It's the 9 Alpha Charlie Alpha India. Brand new airplane, first flight December 2024. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. And in the meantime, Ali, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. Ali writes, gotta go, not jinxing it, but congrats on the 30K. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for joining here. Happy Easter to you and yours. Hope to see you again soon, mate. Time for an A330-200 to Kigali. This is KLM flight 535. It's the PH AOA. 19 years old, first flight August 2005. AOA. And another United 767 is coming this way to take off to IH. Houston? Where is it? Yes, Houston, flight 21. I could see the I and the A already, but the label wasn't showing the third letter yet. Now we know, Houston. In the meantime, I'm also hearing something passing overhead in my zenith. The camera can't go higher than this. We have to wait. Now the weight is dropping. The camera a little bit. Yes, Lufty. Exactly passing overhead. Not the longest of contrails forming today, as you guys can see. Right, as the United 767 is making its way over to the runway threshold, let us quickly have a look and see what the meter has been doing. So for those of you joining us later and don't know what the meter is, it is the weather report updated twice an hour. A refresh will give us that code that is also in the ticker for you. EHAM, that's Schiphol Airport, the international abbreviation. Then the time and date of the report. It is the 20th today, 9:25 Zulu time. That means 11:25 Central European time is the date of the report. The wind, 8 knots from 3030 degrees, with the wind direction variable between 340 degrees and 060 degrees, as is indicated over here. These two arrows indicate the variability of the wind. 9999 means 10 plus kilometers of visibility, that's at ground level. Few clouds at 2000 feet. The air temperature is 12 degrees C. We have a dew point at which water condensates at 6 degrees C. And we have air pressure of 1007 hectopascals. Means no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. I'll be pasting that weather report in the ticker in a moment. First, I'm going back to the camera controls and film United Flight 21 to Houston in Texas. It is a 767-300. This is the November 660 Uniform Alpha, 31 years old, first flight May 1993. And no, Jeff, you cannot triple click that. The thing is, it'll also paste an additional white line, and I have to delete that white line when I'm pasting it in the ticker. So no, you cannot. You can, but I'm not going to do it, because triple clicking it will mean that there will be a lot of white spaces between the meter and the runway use. And that only gets worse each time I copy paste the meter. I tried it, but I will refrain from doing it. Right. 6 more to go. We're waiting for traffic. Center seems to be open. Traffic from the center runway over there. Parallel departures once again in progress until 1 p.m. approximately. This is Lufthansa Flight 989 to Frankfurt, an A320. And thank you, Duns, who is indicating that the 747 is now second to land, now at Nieuw-Vennep. Once it is in the vicinity of Hoofddorp, we should be able to see it. Another airplane in the Star Alliance livery. We saw a couple earlier already. Delta A330 preceding the 747. Let's see, there's a TUI 737 to Lanzarote that is now going to take off from the center runway. 737, it's all narrow bodies going from the center runway. A320 A320 Neo from BA is coming this way. in a few moments we are going to see Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida. Miami 747-400 Freighter ER Lima X-ray Kilo Charlie Lima, the registration. A 17-year-old airplane, first flight February 2008. Whoa, where is it? There it is. Gear Down Aviation says A300 pushed back. I think, where is it going to go to, that A300? Because if it's going to the east, it'll take off from the center runway. Means we will be able to see it still, but only from a distance. Yeah, from over here we're not going to see it. Hey, Quad Squad is approaching. A bit south of me. Now still southeast of me, but it is going to pass south of me. That looks like an A340, doesn't it? What's that? It looks like an A340, but I'm not sure of the carrier. Lufty? Star Alliance. Ah, okay, Star Alliance. That explains it. I already thought it didn't look like the standard livery. But there you go. In the meantime, EasyJet to Palma de Mallorca. And Evert Eijkman is tuning in from Melbourne. Just started watching the channel, was born in Doetinchem. Nice. Dutch roots. Welcome to the channel, mate. Happy Easter to you and to all others who have joined in the meantime. We're waiting for the first departure from the Polderbaan. Parallel departures have resumed again and are going to stay in progress until 1 p.m. approximately. Oh, and my chat window is once again acting up. Shit. Yeah, let me first go fix that. The chat. Whenever I scroll, there's always a risk of the chat freezing. All right. It seems that we crossed the 30k subscribers right now. The chat window is freezing at the moment, so... First going to remove the chat window. Yeah.
30k?
30k.
30K.
Thank you so much.
Amazing guy, even better in person.
Thank you so much, mate. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy, mate. Well, I think the chat window is being active again, is synced again. Yeah, had an issue with the chat window that was acting up just now. There you go, 30k. Whoever it was, thank you so much. Hope the one who was 30,000 will say hi in the chat. Not sure if that happened already. I do see that Zikosor just now super chatted a super stickered a pair character with punching the air with fist and bump written on his knuckles. Zikosor, thank you so much for that. You really didn't have to do that, mate. I will be popping that champagne bottle, man. Definitely do that, Dirk. Wolfgang, mate, you really didn't have to do that. 20 gifted memberships by Wolfgang just now. And another 10 after that. What are you doing, mate? That's 30 new members courtesy of Wolfgang just now. And also, Klaas, thank you so much for your super chat. Congratulations with the 30,000. Things are moving rapidly here. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Also, Duns, mate, thank you so much. Just now gifting 10 memberships. I hope I'm not missing anything happening in the meantime. If you are a new member, don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted your membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. We have to wait a little for the next traffic to come this way. Wolfgang, really, mate, you really didn't have to do that. 30 new members courtesy of Wolfgang. Dave also is super chat, mate, thank you so much. 30k it is. Well, still. Couple of subscribers unsubscribed already. Yeah, well, it'll stick, it'll stick. In the meantime, Tina also gifting 10 memberships just now. Tina, what in the world? Thank you so much, Tina, for 10 gifted memberships just now. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, everybody who just got gifted a membership. I see that Arjan now also is going ahead and gifting 10 memberships. What the fudge? Arjan, mate, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. Everybody who just received a gifted membership, don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted the membership. Let's not forget the business at hand. I'm missing out stuff here. Otherwise, over 80. Dr. O, thank you for the congratulations. First, because we're also here for the airplanes. Emirates flight 146, 777-300 to Dubai. And for those of you wondering, I just now also got congratulated by the people from Europe Aviation who were streaming over there, wrapping up. Apparently done here for now, but undoubtedly later back again. K1 is doing an inspection, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see action over here. Question is it still wind blowing from the north? The answer is yes, so I think we're still good for departures later. Now, let me see if I'm not missing out on stuff. To begin with, Uffel 80, who gifted 5 memberships. I thought that was over here, yeah. Uffel 80, thank you so much once again for 5 gifted memberships. Guys, you really didn't have to do that all. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody who receives gifted memberships will thank the gifter for the gifted memberships. Dr. O, also a massive big thank you for your super chat. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your super chat. 30k upwards and onwards. Now, First of all, don't forget to say thank you if you are a recipient of the gifted membership, guys. That's something I hold dear. Don't forget to say thank you if you got a gifted membership. Marion, thank you so much for your super chat. Who says in Dutch, congratulations with your 30k. Thank you so much for that, Marion. Now, I'm walking back and forth. My phone is showing the gifts better. Don't want to miss any of you guys. Where is the message? Charlene, thank you so much. Charlene, is it probably right? I have to pronounce it in Dutch. Charlene Michelle Samshuizen just now gifted 10 memberships. Everybody who received a gifted membership, welcome to the Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Charlene if you are one of the recipients. Charlene, dankjewel. Thank you so much. 10 gifted memberships courtesy of you. Now, also Robert Bird, the next to thank. I'm not sure if I am keeping up. I hope I'm not missing out on anybody. If you could, moderators, keep up and see if I'm not missing anybody. I'm trying to do it methodically. Robert Bird, also thank you so much for your super chat and for your kind words. 30k, congrats, you deserve it, man. Robert, thank you so much for your kind words and for your super chat. It's you guys who make the channel. Thank you all so much for all the support. We're going upwards and onwards. It's all thanks to you guys. I'm just here to provide the backdrop of airplanes and some ramblings every now and then. It's you guys who make the chat and the atmosphere in the channel what it is. Anthony, also thank you so much for your super chat. Mate, thank you so much. And also Leroy went ahead, gifted 5 memberships just now. Leroy, mate, thank you so much for your kindness. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will also thank you for it. Don't forget to say thank you to Leroy. If you are a member, new or old, if your membership was gifted to you, or if you bought it yourself, you have 31 custom emojis. And if the memberships continue to climb, we might get a 32nd, because that's at 1400 members. We have 31 custom emojis and maybe even 32 after today. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. Spamming is not allowed, but you are definitely encouraged to use the custom emojis as much as you can think of, whether it is inappropriate or appropriate. The more inappropriate, the better. In the meantime, also Adriaan, thank you so much for your super chat. Congrats on the 30k. Adriaan, mate, thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation, for your super chat. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. And also Marcos, thank you so much for your super chat as well. There it is. Marcos, thank you so much. Thank all of you so much. I'm doing my best to give you the best I can. I hope you guys still enjoy it. If you have suggestions, I'm always open for suggestions. If we need more stuff in the lounge, also let me know, members. Now, it's almost a natural moment to go through the chat with all the super chats and whatnot. Since we were waiting for traffic to come this way, the first next airplane to come this way is KLM flight 691 to Toronto in Canada. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHN, that is making its way over to the runway threshold. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. And there is an A320neo from EasyJet. Behind it, going to Liverpool, that's an A320neo. Now, in the meantime, I think I'm slowly but surely starting to get up with the chat. Alan also super chatted. Worst Grammy speech ever, lol. Congratulations, mate. Yeah, it's a speech I did not prepare, can you tell? Mate, thank you so much for the kind words and for the banter. Happy that you're still around, Alan. Thank you for the kind words. And also, Jörg, thank you so much for your super chat. Congrats on 30k. Well deserved, mate. Mate, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jörg. Coming in from Thailand to congratulate. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. It is a wonderful feat. upwards and onwards. We're at 30% of reaching 6 figures. That's the next goal as far as I'm concerned. Sooner or later we're going to get there. What will happen? Nothing, because subscribers are just that, subscribers. They don't do anything, but it is a nice demonstration of a vote of confidence from a growing audience. In the meantime, the Dreamliner is ready to go. Hey, and that's a classical moped passing by here. In yellow. Yeah, well, only one thing at a time. This is KLM flight 691 to Toronto in Canada. 7879 Dreamliner, the PHB HN, 7 years old. First flight January 2018, ladies and gentlemen. Parallel departures once again in progress. And more interesting than reaching 30k, in my opinion, is that we, for the first time in the history of the channel, had 2 A340s in one show. An A340-600 and an A340-300. The 300 left from center to Portugal. That departure from High Fly Malta took place around 10:20 a.m. local time. So if you missed it, definitely worthwhile checking out. And Dans, thanks for the heads up. I was hearing something and I was looking up already. Here you can see another Lufty A747. It's the one where the logo is still in yellow, which I personally like best. But as so many carriers these days, they're renewing their livery. And it's not always a better outcome, if you ask me. Same with Iceland Air, prime example. Jörg says, I think I missed the second one. The second one was the A340-600. And that took off shortly before 11, I think 10 to 11 or something. Ari also agrees it looks better in yellow. Absolutely, yeah. I think the only new version of a livery that I recently saw that I think I like better than the old livery is that of German Airways with the dots. Hey QJ, thank you so much, my friend. EasyJet A320neo to Liverpool, flight 23442. The OE LSK, Austrian registered, 5 years old, first flight October 2019. Another Delta A330 is coming. It's going to go to Boston, Massachusetts. I think there might be another Quad Squad member coming this way. Absolutely great. I'm happy to see that we can at least see them. The contrails today aren't very sizable, but the sky is all blue and crisp. Ari says Finnair A350 on the move. That's another A350 coming this way. And Wolfgang, mate, thank you so much for your kind words. It was an honor to be part of this milestone. Thank you for all you do. It's time for me to go. See you next time. Thank you all. Wolfgang, thank you so much for joining me here. I'm happy that you were here to witness breaching the 30K. I'm really happy to have you in the team. I'm happy with all the mods that we currently have. It's an awesome team. And thank you all so much for everything you guys are doing and have been doing. Wolfgang has to go. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. This is Delta Airlines, flight 243. Going to Boston, Massachusetts. It's an A330neo. A300 from center, Audi says. Yeah, I think that's... piss poor timing. Piss poor timing. Alrighty. More Lufty. Lufty A340. Lufty in the new livery. Right, let's see. Next up, KLM flight 915 to Aberdeen. The Finnair A350 to Helsinki is coming this way. Still moving south, has to turn around the southern threshold of the center runway, so it is going to be a while before it's going to get here. After this Embraer 175 to Aberdeen, now lined up at the threshold, has departed before the A350 from Finnair. We're going to see two 737s, KLM to Dublin and KLM to Bergen. Yeah, and a lot of airplanes are now making their way over to the threshold of the center runway. Eddie, good afternoon. Good to see you, mate. Happy Easter. And all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. That's the primary runway for departures today. Not the only. Parallel departures have now begun and are expected to remain in progress until approximately 1 p.m. It is lovely weather here today. The wind is blowing from the northeast, not super hard, although at moments there were gusts. Now calmness has resumed, or has returned, I should say. This is looking to the north, this is looking to the west, this is looking to the east. This is what things look like to the south. Bird control vehicle is over there. It is not moving towards the runway. Duns asks, will it change to arrivals? Yeah, I've been wondering that as well, because the wind expected for today, at least according to Windfinder, was set to change. Now, whether or not it's going to go through remains to be seen. What we could do in the meantime, while we're waiting for next traffic, is go to Bezoekbus and see what the expected runway use is going to be like. This is the website that indicates expected runway use in the upcoming hours. It's not always accurate, but it often is. It's still calling Kaagbaan runway 06 for arrivals all throughout the coming hours. 36 left, 36 center, 36 left, 36 left. Yeah, no, it's going to stay departures at least for now. If we go to the METAR and have a look at the wind is from the northeast. The TAF, that's sort of the expected weather for the upcoming hours, is still indicating wind from the north. So unless that is going to change, nothing is going to change with the runway use. We can also see light showers overnight and mist tomorrow, and then clear weather again tomorrow. Weather is good tomorrow. I'm still in doubt whether or not to go out for a stream tomorrow. I'm still not sure. Don't count on me. But maybe. Yeah, I'm not too sure yet. The weather does look to be nice. It has to be said. Now we are awaiting traffic. 2 airplanes over here right now. Finnair is third to arrive. And what else is coming? Not much. A lot of the traffic is going to the center runway right now. Alan has to go. Next time I will talk to you, I'll be in Greece. Well, in that case, bon voyage. Poor you having to suffer the heat and the sunshine again. That is really a pity. Alan, living the tough life. Alright, it is time for some KLM 737s now. This is KLM flight 1137 to Dublin, Ireland. It is a 737-800, the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Lima. 24-year-old airplane, first flight September 2000. And parallel departures in progress. Another rare Embraer from KLM taking off from center. Looks like an Embraer 190. Going to Munich. Now, over here we have KLM flight 1167 to Bergen. That's the PHBGH. 15 years old, first flight November 2009. That's a 737-700. The A350 is coming this way, the Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki. Hey, Condor is going to fly over from somewhere, probably Frankfurt, to San Jose del Cabo. An airplane for Team Stripes. A330 incoming. Think we can see it already. If all is well, that is a Condor A330 coming this way. Should pass a bit north of me. And here on ground level, look at that. A350 from Finnair is coming this way, folks. Beautiful machine, Finnair flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. And Dirk is changing to Utrecht Ajax soon. So bye all. Thanks for stopping by, Dirk. Fijne Pasen nog. See you again soon and enjoy the match. Björn asks if I already flew on the A350. No, I never have yet. That's still on my to-do list. Flying on the A340, the A350 and the 747. Also never flew on a 747 before. My flying experience is quite limited. 737s from Transavia and KLM. 777 from KLM. 777-200 that is. And back when it still existed, 777-200 Alitalia. That is it. ITA to Rome, lined up on center. Thank you for the heads up, Marissa. Finnair is coming this way. Before the ITA is taking off, let me thank Jörg, who just now thanked me. Let me in return thank Jörg for his 20-month membership celebration. He writes, happy to be part of this great community. I am really happy to have you around as a long-time member. Not yet blue, but that's just a matter of time, as is the case for so many of you. Jörg, thank you so much for all the support. Always nice to have you in the chat. Even nicer when you come over all the way from Düsseldorf in person. What a commitment. It's not just one time, it's, what is it now? It has been 3 times, I think, that you have visited. It is an honor to have such dedicated and awesome members and supporters as you are. Jörg, thank you so much. I'm pretty sure we're going to celebrate something blue in 4 months from now. It's the beautiful ITA talking about blue against the blue backdrop. Outbound to Rome, A321neo. Finnair over there. Oh, and lest we forget that A330. Can we still see the stripes? Yes. Me personally, I don't like the livery. I think it's hideous, but it is very striking. You have to give them. You have to give them that. Russell is also vying for attention. And just as I was pointing the camera towards him, he flew off, crying and then leaving. And away he is. Iberia Express to Madrid, having left from center. Let's focus on the business at hand. The A350 is turning onto the runway from the threshold. Finnair flight 1301 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. Here we go. No, 1302. Apologies. I said 1301, I think. Hey there, Sporta Rotterdam. Goedemiddag. This is a brand new Finnair A350. Brand new on flight radar means it's less than a year old, and the first flight was in November last year. Oh, that growl. It's a more pronounced growl than A777-200s that also have a growling sound. Actually quite similar to what you also hear when the A380 takes off. It's a combination of the high pitch and the low growl. Hey Sophie, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Happy Easter. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, which is now one of 2 runways in use for departures. The departures are taking place parallel, center is also open. That's going to stay so for another 40 minutes. Come 1 o'clock, it'll be just the Polderbaan only. And this is KLM flight 927 to Edinburgh. It is an Embraer 190. I'm also hearing something with propellers, or a propeller. but I'm not able to see where the sound is coming from. Doesn't seem to be producing a contrail. Nice day for the polderbaan indeed, Dennis. Absolutely. Robert asks, any good action today? Well, no demolition of nests, if you're referring to that. We have seen Chris and his mate doing morning cardio earlier in the stream, but that is about it. We haven't seen the ducks yet, let alone the grebes. It is actually mighty calm in the water over here. I think, yeah, one of the coots is over there. Might be that there's another duck, another coot over there in the vicinity. The reeds are blocking the view still quite substantially. It's not as bad as it was in the high summer last year, but a lot of those reeds have stayed put. Another twin jet just now passed overhead. Dreamliner by the looks of it. And another narrow body is taking off here. What's that? Cathay Pacific A350 1000 assigned to center. That's a pity, Duns. At least we got to see the A350-900 from Singapore Airlines. Nice combo shot there with the preceding airplane. Nice bonus with good visibility. Aegean is leaving. The G is leaving the house. And Holly, Walsh and Jack are tuning in. Welcome back. And Fluttervane, Doctor. Dr. Fluttervane. Good morning. Who says, geez, what a difference in weather compared to the north of the Netherlands. Yeah, well, if I point the camera to the north and zoom in to the horizon, the northerly horizon, we can definitely see that there is more cloudiness in the north of the Netherlands. It is the center part now that seems to have the best papers. Looking further to the south, you can also see some milkiness. I think that's an area of rain that is expected to drift in later today and is going to bring some rain overnight. That was also visible in the tough expected weather for this night. Han asks, is it correct that you're on a diet now? Pity might have come by to visit you on Friday to celebrate my blue status with some cake and or other goodies. Well, no Han, it is actually true. I have gone on a diet again as of this week. So, at least my plan is to stay on the diet at least until Lisa's birthday, which is in the beginning of June. Might even only make it a cheat day and then continue further. So yeah, very limited in what I can eat these days. Clementia is asking if I am coming over for gevulde eitjes, which literally translated to English means filled eggs. That's when you take out the yolks and mix them with, well, there's different varieties. There is a variety with mayonnaise and some herbs and whatnot and curry. And then you put it back into the holes that the yolks have left behind. It's typically something that we eat at during Easter. Probably also something that you guys have in different countries as well. Unfortunately, Clementia, I have to decline your offer. Geen gevulde eitjes voor mij nu. I have to compensate in the summer after I'm done with the diet then. And only vodka remains, Han. Yeah. Vodka of the variety that comes out of the faucet. That and black water and black tea. And Cherk says, I passed you by twice on their way to Egmond aan Zee, which is to the north, a coastal place to the north. And from Alkmaar, it's dark and grey. Yeah, so that's exactly what we are seeing if we point the camera to the north. This is the camera pointing to the north, and you can see from northwest to northeast, all looks dark to the north, and over here no clouds in the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if the meter now shows it is KVK, because it doesn't look like we have clouds surrounding the airport that are at 5,000 feet or lower. So I think it is probably KVK right now. We have to wait a bit for the next traffic. There are definitely airplanes coming this way, but not yet in the vicinity. Traffic is taking off from the center runway, and Embraer 175 to Poznan is now moving and is already rotating. Air Canada is also coming this way. Air Canada being preceded even by a Dreamliner from United. Flight 908 to Chicago. SLM AMS to Madrid also has come alive. That's a 777-200, right? That's a candidate for the center runway, unfortunately. Unless it leaves after 1 o'clock. Noah Jens, happy Easter. So there are a couple of wide bodies on the move, including the A350 to Hong Kong. Now, unfortunately, it is going to go to center, and Marissa is confirming that the SLM, that's probably privilege style, is it? Yeah, that's privilege style. It's going to center. Now, luckily from here we can see quite well the traffic that takes off from center. Embraer 190 is coming over, going to Göteborg. And while we wait, why not cue the music? Frank says comparison between the transatlantic A320 and boy, both empty tanks. Absolutely. Yeah, so we have to wait a little bit. The traffic is definitely still coming this way. It's just that they have to go around the center runway and cannot cross it directly, and that makes it a bit time consuming. In the meantime, I do see that there is a twin jet passing by south of me. Let's have a look and see if we can recognize what it is. No, that's the other way. The other one is a bit higher still. Delta. It says so on the tin. The next airplane to the Polderbaan is already coming this way. Still a bit further away. And something red is also taxiing, Marissa says, so that is coming this way. The next airplane coming this way is United Flight 908, which is going to to Chicago. And Han wonders what the name is of this song. It's I think Wii Channel Music, WII, from Wii Sports or something. Now I've looked into it before using it. It is copyright free, which is why I'm using it. It's a catchy tune. So there's definitely a couple of airplanes underway. The triplet after this Seoul Embraer 190. It's moving. It is KLM to Göteborg, KLM flight 1233, PHEXA Echo X-ray Alpha. 11 years old, first flight December 2013. It's 12:30 and that means that in 28 minutes from now, the center runway is going to close again for business for a whole hour. That means that everything going out from Schiphol in that hour will leave from this runway. Privilege style is now lined up on center. Thank you for the heads up, Marissa. I was about to turn the camera in that direction anyway, because the first of the triplet that is now coming to the Polderbaan is also approaching. So in the background we are going to see the Privilege style 777. There it is, already airborne. What's your style? It's Privilege style. As the airplane climbs above the horizon and away from all the heat that is emanating from the ground, you can more clearly see the airplane. That's to me the silver lining of departures from the center when standing at the Polderbaan. This angle is also very nice. Particularly a bit later on the day when the backlight is not so severe anymore. So yeah, that was Privilege style 777-200, and the triplet of airplanes is approaching. Air Canada in the middle. And on the right we have United flight 908. And after that number 175 to Stavanger. German Airways to Stavanger. No, to Stuttgart is now lined up on the center runway. And Transavia and Sunweb livery is also going to take off from center pretty soon. QJ says it is a different sticker, and you're right, it does look like it is a different Sunweb livery from what we already saw before. For those of you who aren't Dutch, Sunweb is a Dutch travel agency. It's not part of... Oh, wow! It's Seagull Fest 2025. Hope you guys can see it. Steven Seagull and his mates. Well, I hope they don't drop any bird shit over me over here. That's a whole group of seagulls. Andrew also back in the chat. Good to see you, Andrew. And Hans says, I once was in a hold during a call when I heard music like this. Suddenly some guy answered the call and I said, oh no, please put me back on hold, I love the music. He burst out laughing. Yeah, that's something that you don't expect people to say. I've worked in a call center during the second time I went to university. It was an inbound call center, so I wasn't harassing anybody, but it was 24/7 support for companies that need to be open for clients 24/7. So for instance, housing companies, if somebody locked themselves out, then needed a locksmith, they could call to us, or at least they would call to the housing company, and they would be transferred to us, and we would send a locksmith to them. Or resort parks, that when the reception would close, they would call to us to get the key to their bungalow or something like that. So I've been in hold for numerous occasions, and what I often noticed was that the sound quality was really poor. They sometimes had good songs, but then it was very crackly, or it was very quiet, or it was interrupted every 5 seconds by your number so much, please hold. Not a lot of hold music or hold tapes that are very satisfactory for the customers. In the meantime, United, Dreamliner, flight 908 to Chicago O'Hare. Now in the meantime, I just received notification from PayPal that Thomas Gibson just now sent a generous donation. Thomas, thank you so much. I hope you're still watching and are able to hear me say thank you. Thomas, I received your donation in good order via PayPal. Thank you so much for that, mate. Much appreciated. Hope you're watching and am hearing me say this. This is Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto in Canada. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, 10 years old, first flight May 2014. Thus far, no airplanes with hot shoe issues. Bank robber incognito, indeed. Parallel departure still in progress for another expected 20 minutes or so. KLM 737 taking off from center. And a KLM member 175 to Stavanger is going to take off from Polderbaan here pretty soon. A380 has been assigned to the Kaagbaan, Don says. That's good news. That's good news. If you guys could give me a heads up once again when it is between Nieuw-Vennep and Hoofddorp, that should give me ample time to have a look and see its last few meters when it is arriving here on the Kaagbaan. This is KLM flight 1177, PHEXU, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. And for those of you joining us later, first of all, welcome and happy Easter. Second of all, you may have missed 2 Airbus A340s. We had 2 in one show. That's a first. Never in the existence of AMS Live have we seen that before. We had an A340-300 and an A340-600. The A340 300 took off from the center runway. The 600 took off from the Polderbaan. The former took off around 10:20 a.m. and the latter, I think 10 to 11 or something. Absolutely wonderful. Howdy Roy, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Happy Easter, mate. Welcome back. W is informing us that there is a 747 outbound. Cargolux 747. Runway center. Well, if we are lucky, if there is one temporal bias in aviation, it is that things get delayed. Hardly ever do you see things leaving early. So with a little bit of luck, fingers crossed, guys. Maybe that A340 or maybe that 747 will leave from this runway. Is that an A380? Passing west to east south of me, and now already a little bit southeast of me. There's a twin jet a bit closer by, doing an Air Icarus. Yeah, that's too close to the sun to see a lot of details in the airplane. Lufty A380, there you go. Hey, it's time to make the chat bleed, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2 in the background on the right, that's play. You know what time it is? It's time to make the chat bleed. I like that description. I think it was Paul that used it first the other day. Make the chat bleed. Frank asks if the A340 to Paramaribo has already climbed beyond 3,000 feet. I don't know, mate. Cathay A350 is rolling on center. Yep, I've got it in sight. If I have to choose between the E2 Embraer and the A350, the A350 wins it. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong. What a looker, isn't it? Hadi Rudolf, goedemiddag and good afternoon to all others. Not sure if I already said hi to Gary in Amsterdam. Good to see you again, mate. It is time for play. Flight 461 A320neo. And Marianne says that tune is like an earworm. Thanks for that, boy. Do 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 do. Sorry, not sorry. Right, it's 1:45. That means that in 15 minutes from now the center runway is going to close and all outbound traffic will once again be going to Polderbaan only. El Al is taking off from center. Air Canada is coming this way. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao is also coming this way. And our next airplane is going to Aalborg. It's the Herpa Derpa Derpa, going viral for 75 years. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1285, going to Aalborg. Herpa Derpa Derpa is 18 years old. First flight was somewhere in 2007. Okay. Now, once again, we have to wait. Marianne, you know what time it is? Quite a few airplanes are coming this way. E2 Embraer 195 to Copenhagen is going to appear first. There's quite a few airplanes on the way. KLM Flight 635 to LA to Las Vegas is coming this way. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. We have a 777-200 to Calgary, KLM Flight 677. That is also coming this way. Behind that, Air Canada Flight 901 to Montreal. That's a 787-8 Dreamliner. KLM Flight 735, a 777-300 to Willemstad, Curaçao is also coming this way. I wonder if KLM Flight 565 to Nairobi, Kenya is leaving from the center runway. It probably will. We can already see the Cargolux 747 also having come alive on the platform. Turkish Flight 1957 to Ist... Oh no, that's an arrival. That just arrived. Oh yeah, Me Channel Music. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the most important thing to me is that it is copyright free. I have to be really careful with copyright. Marcia confirming that the KLM to Nairobi will indeed be leaving from center. I hope that Cargolux is taking its time so that it is too late to take off from center and is going to come this way. We've seen that before. Initial assignment, wrong runway, but then it became delayed and it still went from the right runway where we were standing next to. Now, the A380, I see that it is in Dutch airspace already. Emirates flying just southeast of Lelystad, coming this way. SAS. No wait, this is KLM Flight 635. That's going to Las Vegas. 787-10. Embraer 195 from SAS behind it. Most of the airplanes that are coming this way right now and will leave from this runway in a couple of minutes from now are wide bodies. Right, for now, 747 still assigned to center. It's 10-1. Fingers crossed. Right. First airplane to leave from Polderbaan has lined up just now. So let's go back to the action at the Polderbaan. This is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM Flight 1271 and it's going to leave for Copenhagen in Denmark. Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Whiskey. The airplane a year old, first flight somewhere in 2024. Month not specified. Now I'm also very thrilled to say that I am optimistic I might be able to film from a unique vantage point overlooking Schiphol Airport come the NATO top. I still have to explore it, but I am cautiously optimistic. A unique, exclusive location that is not publicly accessible. That's even best. Still have to see if it is really what I hope it is going to be, but when I know more, I'll tell you more. Of course, during the NATO top, the whole airport area will be a fortress. I'm not sure yet what they are going to do. Last time, whole Polderbaan area was used as a parking lot for airplanes, and a lot of the places were not accessible. I'm hoping I can bypass that and will be able to give you exclusive views from a not publicly accessible location. In the meantime, KLM taking off to Las Vegas. KLM flight 635 78710 Dreamliner. PHBKD Bravo Kilo Delta, 5 years old, first flight November 2019. SAS flight 822 to Oslo is over here. It is an Embraer 195 long range. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. SAS flight 822 to Oslo, Embraer 195. And after that we are going to see KLM flight 677 to Calgary. That's a 777. 777-200. Air Canada flight 901 has also arrived on the scene. 7878 Dreamliner. No bank robbers today. Although, are they really not? Maybe they're just incognito. This is SAS flight 822 to Oslo. Just Plain Nuts is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Steven. Hope all is well. Happy Sunday, mate. Departure still very much in progress. I think this is the Dreamliner to Nairobi in Kenya. One getting away. Marissa says that the Cargolux 747 is taxiing, but it is still assigned to center. Can't they raise the bridge? KLM flight 677 is now spooling up. 777-200 going to Calgary in Canada. The PHBQF, 21 years old, first flight March 2004. Hey, and Thijs will be flying back on this same airplane. Nice little something to look forward to, Paul. Air Canada, flight 901, next to take off. 7878 Dreamliner. Destination is Montreal, or Montreal as the French speaking would call it. 10-year-old airplane, first flight August 2010. The registration is Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Victor. After that, KLM flight 735, a 777-300 to Curaçao, to Willemstad. It's always nice to see how those wings are curving up as the airplane gains more speed. And then upon rotation, the full weight is carried by the wings. You can see the flex becoming a curve. And you'll have a classic look-alike AMS Live logo. Howdy gereed, goedemiddag. Joe Bima, good afternoon. No time to waste. They're already spooling up. KLM flight 735, a 777-300 going to Willemstad, Curaçao. The PH BVG, Bravo Victor Golf, 12 years old, first flight May 2012. Combo shot with a landing airplane to runway 06 in the background. Jetstream Journeys unfortunately has to go. Thank you for joining Jetstream Journeys. Fijne zondag nog. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Right, it is number 190 lined up, going to go to Persenchester. It is a Britty Hopper flying on behalf of KLM. Flight number 1033. And thank you for the heads up, W. Who is saying that the A380 is turning in over the Kager Plus, so that means they're still several minutes out if it passes past Nieuw-Vennep, but it's still in before Hoofddorp. Could you guys give me a heads up and tag me in the chat so that my name pops up red and I have a bigger chance of seeing it? Should be good. A380 coming in to runway 06. And Roy is tuning in from Adelaide, South Australia. Happy Easter to you too, mate. And welcome to the show. Welcome all other viewers. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and the power hour where all traffic will be taking off from this runway has now begun. And if you joined us only later, you might have missed a unique little something that we never saw before in the chat, namely in the stream, namely two A340s. There was an A340-300 that took off from center around 10:20, and half an hour later, an A340-600 to Suriname that took off from this runway. Was that a coot in the foreground? Let's see if we can revisit that after this departure. Also a momentous occasion. Earlier in the show we went through 30k. A round number got broken for the first time live. The 10k and 20k happened when the streams weren't busy. They were on off days. The 30k today breached while live. Has the 30,000th subscriber said hi. Has he or she said hi in the chat actually? Don't remember if that happened. Hey, thanks Duffy. The A380 is now almost at Hoofddorp. The airplane that we see approach and is now behind the fire station is KLM Flight 603. That's a 777-200 that will be leaving for LAX. It's still got some taxiing to go. So I'm pointing the camera in the direction where we are going to see the A380 pretty soon. And QJ asks if the Cargolux is still going to center. I don't see it on flight radar actually right now. And I do see that airplanes are traversing the center runway. Makes me wonder. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. There it is, the A380. You make a good point there, QJ. Cargolux I now am seeing again. And since it's now 3 minutes past 1, I've got a hunch that it is coming this way. The A380 has landed. The 777-200 is making its way over here. Yeah, fingers crossed. Will Cargolux come this way? On paper it should, but we never know for sure here with Schiphol Airport and air traffic control. Now Steven, thank you so much for your congratulations. You really didn't have to use a super chat for that, but thank you so much. Anyway, it is a wonderful feat. Thanks to all of you. Thank you all for joining me here and subscribing so massively to the channel. And if you are enjoying the content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps to bring the channel's content to the attention of viewers who are not familiar with the channel yet, but who are also into live streams like these, such as you guys are. You guys also undoubtedly at some point saw one of the channel's thumbnails and thought, maybe that's interesting, and clicked on it, and you saw that there was a truly awesome community behind it. That's how you get new people in the chat. If you think that the channel is worthwhile, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe and promote the channel. Bring in more awesome people. The more the merrier. I wouldn't be surprised if with all the gifted memberships of today we would also have another emoji slot become available. We were already past 1300 yesterday. And when we cross 1400 members, another slot will have become available. I'm not sure yet what to do with it if it were to become available. Maria says that it still says Center for Cargolux, and it does look like it is now going to the center runway. It means we are going to wait for the for the 747 to take off from the center runway. Now, Karsten, thank you so much for your super chat and for your kind words. Great show as usual. Mate, thank you so much for the kind words. Doing the best I can. I'm glad to hear that you are appreciative of the content. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your support, Karsten. Yeah, the Cargolux is indeed now lining up on the center runway. We can see it happening. All the other traffic is going to the Polderbaan. But not the 747 bastards. Thijs asks, how do you fix this stream when it concerns power supply? Over here I have a power supply which has AC outlets and several USB ports. The camera and my switcher I use AC outlets for, and the phone, the modem, the laptop are all powered by USB. The power station is able to supply power for all my equipment for 8 hours. So that's not an issue. Yeah, well. Over here. KLM flight 611. 78710 to Chicago, O'Hare. I'm zoomed out so that I can also see what is going on, because the 747 is moving. Oh, the bastard is already past. It already passed us by. Mother fudgers. This is Cargo Lux. Flight 2616 to Luxembourg. Operated by Cargo Lux Italia. It's a shame that aviation has evolved into the state it is right now, where watching a cargo 747 is a rarity that we look forward to and is the highlight of the show. While 25 years ago, all you could see on the platform was nothing but 747s, passenger 747s at that. Now you have to use a magnifying glass to see them. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. But there you go. Cargo Lux. And from Cargo Lux back to the modern day twin jet wide bodies. This is KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro, a 787-10 Dreamliner. Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. That's in South America. The PHBKL. You know what other country lies in South America? You're goddamn right. 2-year-old airplane. First flight June 2022. This airplane looks like a Dreamliner. I'm not exactly sure where it is going to or what country it is from. Looks like a loud airplane. What's that? It's imposing tariffs. It must be American. It's going to Philly. American Airlines flight 203, 7878 Dreamliner. It's the November 801 Alpha Charlie, hailing from 2015. Going to an AA meeting, indeed, Marissa. 10-year-old airplane, first flight February 2015. So yeah, the 747 unfortunately got away. For reasons unknown, it went to the wrong runway. Now, I'm sure that if you're viewing the channel from the north, you're saying, it looks all different from what we are seeing. We can see it is more cloudy to the north. All the time the border has been there. Earlier it looked a bit more white to the south. Now only to the southwest. You can see what seems to be the beginning of a new area of clouds that is expected to drift in overnight. Might cause a few droplets in the early morning. The detail that you're seeing over there is a BizJet going to Curaçao, to Willemstad, VistaJet. I wonder who is on board. It's a Bombardier Global 6000. Not exactly a small BizJet by any means. It is the number 2, I think. Or will it be the number 1? Will it take Cheater's Lane? That's the question. EasyJet going to split. A319 has already taken a right-hand turn. A left-hand turn. And it is moving to the runway threshold as we speak. I see that we have crossed 700 likes. Thank you all so much for that. It really goes a long way in promoting the channel and its content to new viewers. People like yourselves who are also into live aviation streams like these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who, if they only knew about the awesome community, would love to join us. So feel free to leave likes if you haven't already, but are liking the stream. EasyJet A319 to lickety split. Next to take off here. Flight 27907. OELQL is the registration. Lima, Quebec, Lima. 16 years old, first flight January 2009. And everything behind the BizJet seems to be following the BizJet to the threshold. In other words, first in, first out. The airplanes will be leaving in the order of appearance, and that means that the BizJet will be next. Looking forward to that. Bombardier Global 6000. How many people can it occupy? Can it hold? Those are massive jets for BizJets. How much do they cost? That's an 8-figure number, right? Right, here it is going. VistaJet Bombardier Global 6000 on its way to Willemstad, Curaçao. Probably some poor bastard who is flying in this BizJet to a sunny destination such as Curaçao. The airplane is from March 2015. I pity the fool, the poor bastard that is on board and is leaving for Curaçao with a smoky airplane on such a beautiful day. It is smoky, isn't it? For an airplane that is only 10 years old? Holy shizzle. It's smoking more than those United 767s were. Don says it can take 17 people. Wow. Petrikov says that the Bombardier Global 6000 costs between 21 million for a 2012 model and 62.3 million for a 2021 model. Yeah, so it's basically a bit like what I'm driving, but then in the air, a Citroen C1. Budget. Those Bombardier Global 6000s aren't that much smaller actually when you look at first glance than those Embraers. Well, this is an Embraer 190, but the third airplane to take off is an Embraer 170. Compare that with that Bombardier. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1763 to Bremen, German Airways. 17 years old, first flight somewhere in 2008. There you go, it can also fly for 17 hours, those Bombardier Global 6000s. No time to waste. Delta Airlines flight 137 is spooling up and coming this way. Going to Detroit, Michigan. That's an A330neo. November 401 Delta Zulu. 5 years old. First flight May 2019. Embraer 170 after that. Going to Newcastle. Hey there, Eugene. Happy Easter. Hey, something dove under here. Was that Gary Grebe? Or was that a fish? Looking for a bird to re-emerge somewhere, either to the left or to the right. I think it might have been a fish, because I'm not seeing any birds re-emerging over here, nor to the left nor to the right. Yeah, I guess it was the fin of a fish. No grebes we have sighted here today, thus far. Just goods, come to think of it. Looking around, still not seeing any ducks or anything in the water over here, nor to my north nor to my south. Hallo Maurice, goedemiddag, fijne Pasen. And Maurice is tuning in from Limburg, the southeasternmost province of the Netherlands. Maastricht, to be precise. One of the southerly-most cities that we have here in the Netherlands. Embraer 170 is now on the move, flying on behalf of KLM. It is a Britty Hopper, aka an Eastern Airways. Going to Newcastle. It is an Embraer 170 long range. 20 years old, first flight somewhere in 2005. Oh yeah, and there's that bird that I've been wanting to look into. That looks like Russell Crowe, doesn't it? Right, got our answer. Thought it might have been a coot, but it wasn't. Or at least it looked like it was a crow. Now if you compare the Global 6000 that we saw just now with this Embraer 170, doesn't look that much bigger than the Global 6000, doesn't it? Does it? Okay. We have to wait again. Time for the music. Embraer 190 to Hamburg is coming this way, and a couple of wide bodies are also underway. Gives me a moment to go back to the computer, because I see that Sarah is also back in the chat. Happy Easter to you, Sarah, and thank you for your ongoing support. Sarah is celebrating 17 months of membership. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. I hope you still like it in the lounge. Do let me know if something is no longer to your liking, or if we're running short on certain supplies. I'll put them on the groceries list, replenish the stocks that we have. Thank you so much for all the support, Sarah. Always a pleasure to have you back in the chat. Happy to see you. Happy Easter to you and yours, and to all others who might have joined in the meantime. If you joined us only later, you might have missed two A340s. We had an A340-300 taking off from center to Portugal, and the A340-600 going to Suriname, as always. Embraer 190 to Hamburg. And that's an A330-200 to Washington. Embraer 190 to London City. Triple 7-300 Earth Panama City is traversing the center runway and should become visible pretty soon. Now let's quickly go back. Our Embraer 190 is about to take off to Hamburg. And it seems that Clemencia and Charlene both have to go. Ladies, thank you for joining me here today. Happy Easter to both of you. Enjoy your Sunday and the rest of the week. Hope to see you again soon. Now, Duns has looked into the stats of the Embraer 170 vis-a-vis the Bombardier Global 6000, and apparently the Embraer 170 wingspan is just over 84 feet and the Bombardier's is 10 feet wider. Now, if you ever took notice of Embraers when they pass overhead, you can see that they have relatively narrow wings. I thought the same of the A320 family, A320 and A319s. If you look directly under them, they do seem to be having very small wings. If you compare that, for instance, with the A330, which to me almost looks like a glider with such wide wingspan. This is KLM flight 987 to London City. Embraer 190, that is preceding KLM flight 651 to Washington, and that is an A330-200. Lined up, ready to go. A330-200. The registration of this airplane is the FWOD, PHAOD, Alpha Oscar Delta. It's a 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. George T is also back in the chat and is congratulating me on the 30k. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much for the kind words. It happened earlier in the stream. For the first time, we crossed through a round number of subscribers while live. 10k and 20k happened when I wasn't streaming. Luckily, the 30k we breached together while live. It was immense. Thank you for the kind words, George, who says, an interesting and enjoyable live stream. I predict many more members. I sure hope so. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I started the channel with the hope of one day maybe being able to grow it into something that is going to allow me to quit my day job. Thus far, it's not yet the case, but it is just a matter of time if things continue the way they have been over the almost 2.5 years of the channel's existence. It's something I love doing. Now, obviously, the weather in the Netherlands is another factor to take into consideration. We're now back in what on paper should be the best part of the year. Stephen wonders if Lisa is home recovering from the work week. She is actually. Her working days are Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays and Fridays, but once every 6 weeks she also has to work on Saturdays. So she is recovering, although she's doing well, but it takes a little adjusting going to work. Also, going to work in a different country, don't forget that as well. Even though we speak the same language, it is still different, Belgium and the Netherlands. Now, before the airplane is rolling. A massive big thank you to Sarah, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. You really didn't have to do that, Sarah. Thank you so much for your generosity. Another 5 members, courtesy of you. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership for you will say thank you for it and will use those custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month, however they see fit. Sarah, thank you so much for your generosity and welcome to the Skyline's new members. This is KLM flight 757. It is going to Panama City. It's a 777-300 but you guys already saw that. Registration is the PHBVS Bravo Victor Sierra. And that is an 8-year-old airplane. First flight was in February 2017. Daniel wonders in Dutch, how can you speak English so well? I often hear people, Dutchies, who speak English, but the way and the words you use is a bit better. Thank you for your kind words, mate. I don't know why I speak English the way I do. I do know that it always came natural to me. Now, here in the Netherlands we speak Dutch, which according to a certain video that went viral a couple of years ago is the best language in the world. We have all the best words. Now it is, I'm trying to get my chat back up again. I had to scroll laterally for Daniel's question and now the chat window is not showing me the last messages anymore. That's something I need to fix. Apologies for that. Well, I'm doing it later. First, because I know it is Hans' favorite, Vueling, and I already let him down yesterday by missing 2 Vuelings. So I'm not going to do that a second time in a row. This is Vueling flight 2904 A320 to Palma de Mallorca. 17 years old, first flight November 2007. But to answer your question, Daniel, I have no idea. It always came natural to me. We already, well, we back in my day when I went to elementary school, we started learning English in the 5th grade. So that is when you're around 10 or so years old. Nothing out of the ordinary. I watched yeah, indeed, Paul. I watched a lot of Simpsons and South Park and whatnot. I guess I just absorbed the language naturally. It did come natural to me. At high school, my English teacher always, when he asked a question in the class, he always say, I know you know the answer, boy, don't tell, I want to know if the others know it. Got A's without having to do a lot of effort for it. And back at university, when I was doing my first studies and I had to write a thesis for my master's degree, I said I wanted to do it in English because all of the sources, the literature was in English, so it's easier to just use English than to have to translate the terms that were used in the English language. At first, my assessor was skeptical, but when he saw my first few chapters, he said, you must have lived abroad in the UK or in the United States for several months, judging your level of English. I said, no, only visited London once with my mom when I was in high school for a week, that's it. No idea. And it's not that good, but it's decent. This is a 777-300 to Sao Paulo, KLM flight 791. PHBVR, Bravo Victor Romeo, 8 years old, first flight May 2016. My chat is once again functional and we're still half an hour into power hour. And Chris and Curtis Coot are saying hi to the viewers. They're saying like and subscribe if you haven't already. I keep forgetting that. Thanks for reminding me. They're here to do a swim by and greet all the viewers. Yeah. Chip chip. It is busy here at the Polderbaan. You can see many people are here in the field. Actually, quite a few. It's even impossible. Well, only, yeah. If you look past the gentleman behind the fence and the skier and yeah, all those people with helmets on, you can see people standing behind the fence. That's the actual parking lot, the official Spottersplatz. These are all people that have wandered off the parking lot like I have and are now standing next to the cycling path over here, north of the official Spottersplatz. It'll be teeming with people over there. Probably hardly any parking spaces left. And there's probably a French fries truck and an ice cream truck there as well. This is an Anadolu jet or a jet. It does say a jet on the tin. It is going to Istanbul in Turkey, A321neo. 2-year-old airplane, first flight November 2022. Oh. That was what happens if I glance to my phone screen to have a look on the chat. Have a look at the chat when I am supposed to follow airplanes. Roy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Happy Easter. And also a massive big thank you to Dustin Jackson, who is celebrating 23 months of membership. Super nice day, he writes. Absolutely is. It is a beautiful day here today. It's warming up here actually, unlike yesterday when I was standing with a vest on and I was shivering. Today it is a bit warmer. And thank you so much for your ongoing support there. Hope you still like it in the lounge, Dustin. 1 month before you'll be turning blue as well. I think the next to turn blue is Han and after that Roy. I think Evan and Alvin are not far behind them too. KLM 737, one of the many. Right, it is 1:36 p.m. and between 1 and 2 just this runway is going to be open for outbound traffic. Everything going away from Schiphol Airport will leave from this runway. That means a lot of wide bodies will also leave the scene. The next airplane is already rolling. Before that, I'm quickly heading over to the computer to massively thank Steven, aka Just Play Nuts, aka JPN, who is celebrating 8 months of membership. Renewed yesterday, and we kept your seat warm. Hope you still found everything immediately. And he says grateful for a wonderful community. Grateful to have you as one of the people who constitute this community. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Steven. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. But then again, it goes for all of you. Truth be told. Is this, I think we saw this airplane yesterday too. With that massively dirty outer left flap and the rest is somewhat decent. Thank you so much for your support, Steven, and for being part of our community for 8 months already. You'll be turning green pretty soon, and Greenpeace will be happy and will eat cake for it because of it. And Stephanie from Amsterdam says hi. Hey there, happy Easter, goedemiddag. And this is going to be German Airways in the new livery with the dots. And I think it's the only airplane renewal, the livery renewal of recent days that actually improved the livery. If you guys haven't seen it before yet, have a look on Flight Radar. I think it's now the 3rd consecutive day that we're going to see it. The logo on the tail being formed by dots. And Anders is also tuning in, greeting us from Stockholm. Happy Easter to you too, mate. German Airways flight 1801 on behalf of KLM to Düsseldorf. Now rolling. New livery. Have a look. The difference is in the tail. I like it. I think it's an improvement. 19-year-old airplane. First flight somewhere in 2006. Oh, she's light. Hopefully we still be able to see the tail. Yeah. I mean, the logo on the front is still unchanged, but the tail is definitely an improvement in my opinion. Current status quo. Well, the north still has the worst weather. When you look at the horizon, you can still see clouds north of Amsterdam. This is looking to the northeast. This is looking more to the northwest. Looking directly to the west towards the North Sea, things look bright. Yeah, there are some high cirrus clouds here and there, but that is negligible. Looking to the east, same thing. Looking to the south, this is what we see. Southwest, southeast. Cheater on Cheater's Lane is taking off before a wide body will. This is KLM flight 1903 to Vienna. E2 Embraer 195. PHNXY. November X-ray Yankee. This is a new airplane. Brand new. First flight March 2025. Wow. It did look like it was in the not newest livery, didn't it? It didn't look like the same wider smile or whatever is the nickname for it that you see on the A321neos. And the clouds are breaking in horn, so it's also improving in the north. Well, we have to look to the south to see what weather is coming this way. Even though on ground level the wind is blowing from the north to the south, the weather is coming in from the south. Now it is time for Delta Airlines Flight 75 to take off to Atlanta, Georgia. It is an A330-300, November 806 November Whiskey. Hailing from February 2004. 21-year-old already. Right, the taking off has succeeded. And retracting the gear also in progress. I will have to next time I have to cue the waiting music to play during the retraction of the gear. Chris and Curtis Coote are doing afternoon cardio over there. But look at this, it is teeming with people. People are keeping a respectable distance from yours truly. I'm happy with that. Even though I like having ground crew, it shouldn't be too busy. And Just Play Nuts is wondering about the dog choking the duck emoji. Mate, you never have played Duck Hunt on the NES then, on the Nintendo Entertainment System, or have you? That's the duck that when you play the game Duck Hunt will fetch you the ducks that you shot with the Nintendo Zapper. People my age will immediately recognize it. It reveals your age, mate. It's Duck Hunt Dog. Back when TVs had cathode ray tubes and you had the 8-bit Nintendo Entertainment System. Ah, you're an Atari man. There you go. That's the reason. I actually looked into an Atari when I was a younger boy. I had a Nintendo 8-bit at some point, the Nintendo Entertainment System, the original Game Boy with the green screen. I also had a Sega Game Gear because I wanted to have a portable console with colors. Hey, Donald and Daisy have arrived, but not where you think they would be. Happened to see them land just now. Is the camera able to show them? Yeah, just about. The lens is a bit lower than my eye height. But there you go, the lens is, the tube is not in the way. Donald and Daisy have arrived. We're missing out on an A320neo from EasyJet going to Funchal, which you are hearing pass by me now. For 80 had a Sega Mega Drive. Yeah, a buddy of mine whom I went to elementary school with also had it. So we used to go play on the Mega Drive at his place and then at the 8-bit at my place. I also looked into Atari but never bought one, although they did look cool to me back in the day. Then later, when I was in middle school, the only game console that I later had was the original grey PlayStation. Just a few games. Tekken and what else? That car game. That was supposed to be real life. real life like. What's it called again? Anyway, I'm digressing. This is Transavia going to PDL. Let me first film the departure and then look on flight radar. PDL. Ponta Delgada. Okay. Gran Turismo, indeed, Paul. The original Gran Turismo. They also had one game that was the most. Oh, it really got me angry. The third level was horrendous. I never passed by it. Battletoads. if you look on YouTube and search for Battletoads, you will see a walkthrough, and the third level is horrendous. I never passed by it. It is a speed run where you have to jump over gaps and have to avoid concrete walls. It is terrible. Never got past it. I hated that game. It got me angry and violent, and Battletoads, the third level. The first level was okay. The second level was entering into a volcano. That was also doable. The third level was hell. Anyway, it's time for a Chinese triple. About damn time. No, it's not a Chinese triple. It's a Chinese A330. It's even louder. Air China Cargo A330-200 to Chengdu in China. And thank you, Roy, for letting us know where Ponto Delgado is. It's located on one of the Azores Islands. So this is Air China Cargo flight 3160 going to Chengdu in China. A330-200. 17 years old already. First flight November 2007. It would be fitting, wouldn't it? Hey, Ella, also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Jesse, good afternoon. Jesse wonders, do you possibly know what the big pipeline is used for? It is a temporary replacement of pressure pipelines that are part of the sewage system. They're replacing it, and those pipes that you see over here above the ground are temporary replacement pipes. So it's sewage. Hey Celine, good to see ya. And happy Easter to you too. David also back in the chat. Good to see you. Morning. And this is KLM flight 641 going to New York JFK. 787-10 Dreamliner. The PH BKI, 4 years old, first flight August 2020. Now it is time for a Chinese A350 going to Guangzhou in China. It's the angry looking A350. The light is on. It's seeing us. China Southern Airlines flight 308 going to Guangzhou in China. Registration Bravo 30 Charlie O. Not R2D2, but B30CO. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Hey! A departure from Center. Center has reopened already. It is 10 to 2. I would have expected the Center runway to stay closed for another 10 or so minutes. Sarah asks if we've seen any JetBlue today. We have. At least one. Wondering, haven't we seen both of them to both Boston and to New York? think we've seen both of them. And Sander also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sander. Happy Easter. Frank says, when that pipeline blows, run before the shit hits the cam. Absolutely, I definitely will. Max says, the way you say China is a little bit weird. Absolutely it is. Stacy also back, good to see ya. Happy Easter, Stacy. So, an early end to the sole use of Polderbaan for departures. And an early reopening. Cargo Lux to Luxembourg obviously will take off from the center runway. I'm not seeing any wide bodies in the vicinity on the platform yet. Might be a good last airplane of today's show then. Right now we have a triplet of narrow bodies that is taking off from Polderbaan. This is an E2 Embraer 195 to London Heathrow. KLM flight 1009, 3 years old, first flight March 2022. The Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Juliet. And piss poor timing of the Cargo Luxus to leave the country. Well, I say piss poor, but actually it is ATC that should have decided to let the first 747 come to this runway, since it was leaving after 1 o'clock. There you go. ATC treating us unfairly. What else is new? Next up, Shamrock flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland, A321neo. It's the EILRB, left, right, Bravo. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Martin back from his daily walk. Welcome back, Martin. Happy Easter. Right. And Jason is also joining us from Trinidad and Tobago, watching from the Caribbean. Happy Easter, Jason, and welcome to the channel. If you guys are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. Some of them are friendly, some of them are knowledgeable. The rest is all debatable. If you want stupid or silly answers to your questions, you can certainly get them. You're at the right address. This is JetBlue going to New York JFK. Now I know for sure that we already saw a JetBlue leave for Boston. This is the second JetBlue of the show. Flight 62289, another A320neo. 4 years old, first flight November 2020, the November 4022 Juliet. Right, big picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. And what Roy was already mentioning, we can see from over here as well. Things are clearing up a little bit to the north. It looked more cloudy earlier, but now it is opening up a little bit. Looking to the west, things look like so. You can see that it is the middle of the day and the sun is now shining from the south. The shadow of yours truly is to the north. And here we have the 747 that is getting away as well. The second 747. Cargo Lux to Luxembourg. Flight 62, 36. And Jeff says, try saying Austin like you say Boston. Houston, Austin, Austin, Austin. Pretty sure it should be Austin, just like Houston. It's confusing because you write the names differently, but you say it almost identically. Austin and Houston. Right, Cargolux on its way to Luxembourg. It is a 17-year-old vehicle. Lima X-ray Kilo Charlie Lima. No, Kilo Charlie Lima. 17 years old. First flight February 2008. It's going to turn even further and we'll be flying to the south. Quite lovely for us to see, albeit a bit pixelated. Now it is relatively high above the horizon, but you can still see the heat wave distortion, the atmospheric distortion, which is also what makes astrophotography so challenging, and why space telescopes are so much better at making good pictures. Right, now let's have one final look on Flight Radar to see what is happening. I'm seeing airplanes on the move. Only a 777 to Sao Paulo might be coming this way, but it might also go to the center runway. It is already 2 p.m. I'm not going to wait for those wide bodies anymore. I am going to wrap it up for today with BA passing by. I am going to wrap it up now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a blast. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. We broke through 30k subscribers in this stream. We saw 2 A340s for the first time since the channel's existence in a single stream. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. It was a monumental stream. One for the books. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Thank you all so much for the likes, for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, PayPal donations and whatnot. Mods, thank you all so much for joining me here today and keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all once again. I am not sure if I'm going out tomorrow, because tomorrow will be a day that both Lisa and I will be off together, and otherwise on Mondays she has to work and then I am off, and when I have to work she is off. So I'm not sure yet. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. If not tomorrow, then at least you can expect me to be back on Thursday. For now, a massive big thank you to all of you for joining me here today. Have a great Sunday, have a great Easter, and hope to see you again later. For now, thanks, see you later, take care, bye for now.